Apa dong, Rip ya? Towing apa lu?
Hello.
Ming.
Tak, ni Jasri. Lagi apa?
4
Lagi
minit.
berapa minit?
4 minit.
Oh.
Aku try bawa lu apa lu?
Ha. Tadi nak habis lap tu berapa kali overshot.
Oh, betul banyak repair.
Pimai pun nak kena pit juga pasal dah black flag tu.
Oh, banyak rosak.
Tak kan tadi kan yang saya kena apa? Yang wheel damage tu. Kan dia suruh masuk repair. Masuk repair tu kalau 3 lap kita buat tak ni disqualified.
Oh.
Kalau dia habaq masuk repair, maksud kita kena masuk repair dalam masa 3 lap. Kalau tak masuk disqualified. So saya duk ingat nak masuk repair juga Sekarang tu nak pusing-pusing tu pun overshot lagi dah.
Mana tu kena terus masuk repair dan 3 lap.
3 lap tu maksimum dah. Dia dalam 1 lap, 2 lap tu kena masuk lah. Tak masuk disqualified.
Nampak gelap balong.
Wah.
Depa ni.
Patut malam mau bagi kat depa. Yang otak-otak. Tayar tem tu okey ke 165? Kau nak tukar?
Tayar tem okey kot. Tak boleh tukar. Ni paling rendah dah kan? Paling rendah dah ni.
Kalau sejuk rendah ke?
Tadi dah paling rendah ni. Tak boleh nak turun dah.
Tak sejuk bukan tinggi je. Bagi tinggi.
Dah okey kot 165. Seminit setengah lagi. Ni position nombor 27.
Saya dua lap tak ada time.
Tuan laju tak bawa malam tadi tengok.
Wah, malam tu 8.30.
8.30.
Konsisten. Dia saving semua 8.33, 34.31.
Minyak ni tak boleh tambah kan?
Dia tak tambah?
Enjin tak mati
Patut dia tambah. Dah full dah.
Dia full dah. Tapi 0.6 hilang.
Oh.
Mencabar betul gelap tu.
Wah. Good luck.
Flash beam pun tak nampak tau.
Oh.
Memang tak nampak balong.
Dah pukul 2 pagi. Dalam pukul 4 pagi okey lah kot. Dia ada macam senja-senja dah. Pukul 2 pagi, 3 pagi memang gelap lah. Boleh 9 minit pun okey lah. Wah, tak nampak.
Tak nampak balong.
Betul lah. Ni baru betul dia kata bawa guna niat.
Ni lepas ni mencabar ni. Oh. Aduh.
Macam ni tak apa lagi dia tak ada tak suruh
Fit masalah.
Ada flag. Dia kalau ada flag tu yang dia macam tak ada grip kan?
Grip ada?
Tak kalau
grip okey. Tak nampak corner.
Tu lah tak tahu nak agak break kat mana, nak braking kat mana. Tu dah terlaju kadang-kadang tu yang dah overshot tu.
Aduh. Oh, oh.
You cut that corner and got a slow down penalty.
Yang guna high beam ah?
Tak pakai. High beam pun tak nampak. Flashnya.
Oh, sorry. Bagi dia potong.
Aku bagi ya.
Ada lagi satu nak main.
Pergi cepat.
Car right side. Clear on the right. Leader is running 27.033.
Kereta banyak rosak ke?
Hisham drive
Ganti Pak Long jap.
Habis nanti stint ada perubahan ke ataupun maintain?
Ada ubah yang last tadi aku pasak.
Oh ada, sekejap belum tengok. Tapi aku punya maintain Syam Lepas ni aku ambil 2 stint okey. Kau masuk-masuk terus gelap Syam
Gelap tadi. Payah kalau drive gelap. Tak nampak jalan.
Tu lah. Aku tadi masa stint tadi tu, aku transition Itu pun
Lagi haru.
dua lap last tu aku macam tak boleh nak bawa dah. Lepas tu Juan cakap dia dah standby, aku terus masuk pit je lah.
Jual drive malam okey.
Tu lah laju dia.
Aku tak nampak jalan ni. Harap ingatan je sikit-sikit ni.
Tu lah memang nak kena ingat betul ni. Sebab aku kadang mark daripada rumput tepi tu, tapi bila gelap ni tak nampak
Tak nampak. Dia lampu tu dia ada shadow kan.
Monitor kiri kanan lagi gelap, langsung hitam. Tak nampak apa dah. Lagi psycho.
Aduh.
Tapi ni dah second lap
Ni nak masuk lap 3.
Okey. Dia outlap tu yang betul-betul mencabar tu. Aku tadi crash dekat outlap lah.
Dia tayar sejuk ke.
Kena tadi aku bangun-bangun tidur, kepala tengah mamai lagi, ingatkan dah okey. Sekali pegang, bila masa Juan tengah bawa tu, aku test lah. Simulate pakai aku punya steering kan. Okey, nak bagi rhythm dia kan. Bila kena turn aku tu, terus rasa lain lah steering.
Lain.
Terus tak dapat. Itu first lap terus crash tu. Aduh.
Clear on the right.
Aku bawa 9 minit ni.
Okey. Aku ingat tadi pun.
Aku tak nampak jalan.
Okey tu, Syam.
Jadi sekejap break. Pergi.
All right. Clear on the right.
Ini dapat survive pun dah kira.
Oh, lagi berapa jam nak
Tu lah.
sampai subuh. Sekarang kau apa? Kau 3
Dekat sana.
The lead is
Ya.
spinning now.
Lagi 3 jam.
3 jam.
The lead is spinning now. The lead is spinning now. The lead is spinning now.
Pukul 2 rasa, belum pukul 3 lagi kot.
The lead is spinning now.
Harapkan memori ni. Kau tak tampak jalan.
Ya.
Ini aduh gelap.
Sini lagi lah. Langsung tak ada apa ni kiri kanan.
Gelap straight ke. Tak tahu apa tak nampak.
Point 137.
Gelap betul. Yellow flag.
The car ahead. Right side, clear on the right. There's an incident behind. Got a slow car on the left.
So Stin ni lepas Syam saya balik ke atau Rehan?
Rehan kata dia nak masuk.
Oh,
Aku masuk.
okey.
Side,
Potong.
stay on the left. Clear on the right.
Audi. Wah, Audi boleh rapat dah. Draft.
Wah.
Dah macam bawa siang ni Syam. Timing.
Wah.
Dia datang tu bahaya.
Tu.
Dia Malaysia dia bahaya.
Tadi Juan pun boleh duk buat 8.30. Gelak gulita.
Dia ada kawan depan tak apa, nampak?
Ha.
Kalau tak ada kawan depan ni haru.
Wah, sebab tak tahu depan tu di mana.
Ha. Berapa lap? 2.
Ah, 2 tak. 2 lap.
Oh, terlajak. Alright. Potong. Woi, tayar dia licin.
Apa?
Tayar dah start tu dah, hilang. Under braking dia under.
Oh, track 21 ni.
Macam mana Juan boleh buat fuel save tadi? Gila lah. Aku 13.9. Jual 10.
Wah. Usia siap dengan laju ni.
Oh, itu yang heran tu. Oh, satu lap lagi.
Habis ni lagi satu lap.
Hmm.
38.773. The car in front is pitting.
Jauh punya beza. Jam dah lepas dah, saya punya view baru dekat second last corner.
Oh. Terus kau tak spotting.
Lepas
Kalau
naik
spotting
betul kan.
jauh tak?
Apa dia?
Kalau spotting.
Tu lah.
Kalau spotting rasa dekat sikit.
Oh. Sebab saat dia bagi tahu Syam punya time tu. Saya
Oh,
punya view
sideline
saya punya view tu
tak
bau
sampai.
belum lah bau duk naik bukit tu. Tak
Oh.
sampai corner nanti. Sekejap tengok. Okay. Saya klik start spotting. Baru dia
Kalau
advance
spotting
ke
dekat
depan.
sikit kan. Abang Nur ready dah?
Okay. Ready.
Kena repair sikit ni, ada wheel damage dengan rear damage.
Tak apa, repair je.
Repair. Ipin ni track favorite dia kata.
Masa dulu mula-mula dulu saya rasa dia dengan Paduka kot. Ni apa? 6 minggu direct setiap hari. Kalau tak salah saya masa dia mula-mula tu.
Dia kata dia hadam betul-betul track ni.
Dia 6 minggu setiap hari track ni apa main.
Kita beberapa hari ni main. Oh, no. Oh.
Tapi tu hari lagi satu memang tak praktis langsung malam ni.
Oh, malam dia kena 2-3 lap paling kurang baru boleh nampak sikit.
Dia nak dapat dia punya rhythm tu.
Ni pun agak-agak masih tak confirm lagi nak corner, nak break.
Okey lah tu boleh dapat 846 tu. Bawah 9 tu okey lah. Malam.
Tadi aku dapat 2 lap malam. Ada satu tempat tu terus blank oh. Tak tahu ni dekat corner mana oh.
Oh, gitu.
Ini yang mana ni? Terus blank.
Kalau siang tu kita nampak horizon dia jauh.
Tu lah. Tadi sebelum ni Syam dapat 840. Laju tu. Tu timing saya biasa.
Aduh, kena lagi. Oh. Box.
Alright. Repair dulu kan. Aku nak pergi kencing sekejap lah.
Gelap ke kanan tu.
Tu lah.
Box. Alamak, speeding pula. Aduh.
3, 2, 1. Right here.
Right.
Terdepan ni pada tadi tu.
Kena speeding pit lane lah 15 saat.
Ada repair?
Ada repair.
Berapa minit?
Tak tahu. Sekejap. 3 minit. 3 minit. Abang Noren boleh masuk. Aduh.
Okey, aku masuk.
Okay. Kotor kereta. Ada repair tu kan? 2 minit lagi.
2 minit.
Dua, 3, 8.
apa-apa Houston kau. Siap, betul. Ni Rehan buat 2 stream tu
Ya.
Oh. Itulah 7.30. So semua advance setengah jam ke depan lah. Timing jam 12
Update state dah.
Saya mengetes di dalam 12.30.
Update.
Okey, bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Licin lah kan?
Tayar sejuk je.
Saya sejuk lagi. Saya sejuk satu hal. Gelap keluguk. Gelap zulumat ni.
Wah. Lauk ketiga. Cara nak habis apa Rehannya pukul 5 lah. Dah cerah sikit lah. Okay, saya nak keluar pergi beli breakfast lah.
Alright.
The car in P21 just set the fastest lap, 17.35. side. Clear. Slow car ahead. Lap of the session. The car in front is pitting. Just set your fastest lap of the session. Left side. Clear. Got wheel damage.
Hello.
Pit box in
Hello.
10,
Hello.
Rehan dua sting kan?
Satu sting ni.
3,
Alright.
2,
Alright.
1. Right here.
Oh, dahsyat double stint. Maju bam. Bar 38, bar 35.
Trafik tak ada, okey.
Lagi 2 jam nak subuh. Lambat betul lah. Sepuluh lap. Ping tinggi gila ping. Ya, awesome.
Nampak Fajar. Subuh.
Nampak ke? Baru 4:30.
Dah nampak Fajar sikit lah.
Oh, nampak dah awak tu? Oh, Muhammad nanti ke? Dah cerah lah. Oh, nampak jalan sikit ni. Baru nampak jalan.
Tapi ada tempat tunggu.
Empat setengah. Time 21. Minus 940.
The car in front is pitting.
Okay, set.
car in front is pitting. Car right. Clear on the right. The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 9.6 seconds. Car on your left, clear. Left side, clear on the left. Car behind. The gap is 9.1 seconds. Just set your fastest lap of the day. The car behind you is pitting. Car right. Clear on the right.
Hello. Last lap. Hello.
The car behind you is pitting. The car in front is pitting.
Hello.
Right side, stay on the left, clear on the right.
Hello. Box.
Depan ni siapa?
Box. Aku tak tahu siapa.
Pit.
Okey, aku masuk fix.
Kat depan ni siapa dia?
Aku tak ikat.
Muhaimin. Okay. Min ready Amin? Muhaimin.
Pit box team, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1.
Hello?
Right here.
Min.
Hello. Min eh?
Ya. Siapa sekarang? Aku?
Ya kot.
Okey, ya.
Okey, baru masuk.
Boleh jalan Min. Hello.
Dia baru nak log in kot.
Ya ke? Dah. Tadi dia dah. Dah standby Amin?
Masuk.
Okey. Boleh jalan lah.
Oh, ngam sampai rumah.
Kat luar apa ya?
Keluar makan.
Okey,
Okey.
Kamu.
Subuh lah tiap ni. Pagi.
Siang lah. Okey lah.
Ni dah duha rasa ni. Dapat 2 lap terang lah.
Berapa tiap time?
Macam
Sim time.
Simpson K5.
Berapa?
5 suku.
Pagi
cerah lah.
5 suku. Depa sana dalam 4 tu dah cerah dah.
suruh ke bawah. Oh, tak nampak start stream TikTok. YouTube je. Oh, kereta okey. Tadi nampak repair teruk ke repair lama?
Tak repair. Rehan bawa tak repair. Rehan bawa clean. Nah,
Ada langgar bucu tadi tu. Tak ni Tadi aku ada langgar bucu tu dekat T1.
Kalau dia repair dia dah repair lah. Kalau repair tu dia keluar time.
Time repair tu.
Time repair apa tu. Okey, rehan pun laju 8830, 833.
Oh, baik.
Ya, bawah 840 lah, laju lah.
Okey tak bawa malam, gelap tak?
Ya, aku tak boleh bawa, aku bawa dua lap orang tadi. Memang tak nampak apa.
Nampak dalam stream gelap gila.
Kalau hafal track tak apa, macam apa? Macam jual pun boleh tak buat 830 dalam gelap.
Oh, gila.
Aku tak boleh lah, aku tak nampak jalan lah. Aku tak hafal lagi.
Itu 24. Depan ni siapa?
Lepas ni lah Ustaz.
Bulat aku nak tahu.
Zainal. Bukan Zainal, Syam. Tapi tu lah Syam yang busy dok crash. Aku nak kena ganti je.
Jadi Pak Long pukul berapa? 4 juga.
Saya 5. Lepas tu lah masuk 2 lap dah out lah, kena repair dekat
Lama repair?
20 minit. Tu Syam sambung.
Sambung. Kenapa tak nama balik?
Syam dah masuk awak ni. Saya repair 20 minit.
Oh, dia dah masuk.
Saya pergi semayang. Betul tengok Syam dah masuk lah. Syam duduk tunggu. Tak apa.
Baru bawa 2 lap lah.
Syam duduk tunggu. Betul tunggu repair. Siap-siap dia jalan.
Nanti kena adjust nanti siap siang nanti.
Tu ni apa? Syam dah bubuh updated punya list lah.
Cross screen dia dengan screen ni
Dia tertukar tapi tak tahu ni komputer dia tak boleh nak start duk crash. Mungkin saya nak kena ganti je kot. Ganti balik lah tadi. Tapi ni siang tak gaduh sangat lah.
Siang tu. Ping tinggi kot kan? Just free.
Depan back markers. Man, ni dah banyak-banyak kan. Apa race lap dia jadi macam hari tu balik.
Oh, jadi
Kita lah ni number 24. Dalam race lap 19.
Oh, jauh. TP lagi. Jalan. TP lagi. Jalan lagi. Insiden lah. Banyak dia.
Insiden dapat. 78. Lagi 12. Lagi 22.
Tapi berapa lap belakang leader? Itu jauh.
The lead is spinning now. 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 The lead is at 30.433. Clear here.
Halo, selamat pagi.
Halo.
Pagi.
Eh. Apa cerita kita? Okey.
Kita mantap.
Mantap eh. Okey. Boleh. Lap ke berapa dah tu? Apa Steam mau?
Kedua.
Okey. Boleh lah. Aku ready dah ni. Kau bawa bila?
Main baru start je sini.
Dapat tu.
Baru second lap.
Tapi Muhammad laju kan. Steam dia 45 minit je, malah sejam.
Rehat pun dalam gelap pun laju pula.
Nombor berapa?
24.
Okey tu.
Kita okey kan?
Betul tak check? Ya. Check.
Kau subuh tadi Roy tanya tu.
Dah jalan kot. Apa ni? JJ kot dah ni bawa.
Dia punya live dah off lah. So tak tahu lah. JJ ada live ke? Tak ada eh?
JJ tak ada kot.
Orang ikut lah.
Depend off lah live. Maybe Steam orang lain kan tu.
Aku baru start live dekat YouTube. Nampak dia.
Okay. Kat YouTube eh?
Ada tak?
Sekejap. Apa nama channel mu?
M2HD Muhammad.
Okay.
Nama kartun.
Kalau aku search Muhammad saja tu apa orang politik.
Oish.
Wish.
Kata.
Okay, jumpa. Subscribe. Like and subscribe.
tadi awak turun. Tak, tadi awak turun tak apa-apa. Tadi kan. Ke bawah. Nanti susun buku ikut tu. Ganti yang bawah. Ganti. Lepas tu wah, licin lah ni.
Okey. Sangat grip. Melekat.
Kalau aku sporting tengok hang apa? Pusing steering, pusing-pusing.
Dia. Tak ada contoh skill. Smooth.
Depan tak apa. Dia kalau kena hak tepi-tepi tu tak jadi apa?
Saya ingat apa.
Dia damage tu.
Ada asap ke kat depan?
Ha?
Kat depan ada asap ke?
Aku baru nampak kat YouTube ni.
Asap tak?
Tak tak. Okey.
Dia tak ada apa meatball
Tak ada, ni bumper semua okey, tak ada apa.
Saja je drift sikit-sikit. Tengok part paling laju pula tu.
Oh tu lah. Biasa kena situ habis lah.
Kecil telur kejap lah.
Aduh. Dia rasa kot. Kalau nak ke kanan tu ada steer. Rasa kena pandai banyak sikit.
Ada optional repair tu. Tapi kadang dia kalau langgar depan tu dia top speed lah kurang. Tengok street lagi.
Okay, so far tak nampak apa. Tak apa.
Kita dia main apa.
Kompos semua okey.
Minyak overlap 3.
3.
Okey. Standby lah.
Top speed sama.
Sama okey lah.
Aku rasa kau ni kan industri kena banyak sikit.
Aku restart PC dah. Dah.
Oh dah.
Okay.
Aku nak tengok screen ni bawah pun aku boleh lena. Ni kalau free landing ni memang jalan ni.
Ni dah baring tu.
Baru kita tak bangun lah.
Kopi dulu.
Kita dah makan kopi tu pun. Aku kadang duk buat kerja jadi begini. Aku kerja tengok screen banyak. Kalau buat kerja duk type duk guna tak apa. Kalau duk buat duk tunggu duk tengok screen, tak lena juga.
Tanya tak juga. Lengoh. Kau pakai 300 pakai DD lah. Tak guna DD eh?
Ya, M10.
Berat tak?
Ikut kita set lah.
Kita set lah.
Dulu pakai G29 kalau set berat lah.
Sama lah. Berat dah. 300.
Tu apa? Baru ni G29 tu ada budak nak beli.
Jual lah.
Kita buka balik duk test balik semua bagi jalan. Rasa hak tu lagi berat.
Tengok setting lah. Berat kan. Tapi DD tak berat, DD detail kan.
Ada berat. Kalau saya set yang auto tu dalam iRacing dia kadang berat. Dia tengok kereta juga. Kalau saya bawa yang apa, bawa Skippy, dia jadi berat. Skippy, lepas tu apa, Audi.
Audi berat
Dia jadi berat. Kecuali kita pergi adjust balik adjust bagi turun sikit.
Timing drop lepas dia di sini ni.
Aku ready dah apa last lap
Ada 2 lap lagi.
2 lap tapi ni tak ada. Baru keluar kan. Baru keluar maksud satu lap, sekali lagi satu lap tu kira pit lah.
Zai guna VR
guna VR.
Dia apa?
Sebab tu apa aku kena set up betul-betul sebelum race kena baru boleh buka lah.
Guna berlift ke wayar?
Pakai wayar apa ni reverb HP reverb G2. Dia apa tak ada bateri lah. So Bab tu memang tak pernah ada problem lah.
Aku punya revert lama tu pasal yang apa, kabel rosak. Dia connector, dia punya HDMI punya connector. Bukan yang apa, yang kabel dia, yang connector yang dekat VR.
Dia memang kabel ni memang ada history senang rosak.
Ha. Aku buka je.
Oh lah. G2 ke?
Aku punya bukan G2, aku punya firstnya. Cari merata tak ada jual kabel dia, susah cari.
Oh, tapi aku memang puas hati betul lah dengan G2 ni. Pakai apa, agak boleh pakai setahun ke apa ke, lepas tu baru aku tukar ke Quest 3 ke apa lah yang baru.
Pakai grafik tak?
Sebenarnya kalau kita set up molek okey sebenarnya. Dia apa, macam kau tengok macam Roy selalu komplain dia pakai triples FPS rendah kan. Tu aku rasa ni lagi kurang demanding dari triple yang apa, yang 4K, yang 2K tiap monitor tu. Macam dia orang cakap.
Quest 2 pun dulu apa, Azril ajak ada guna apa Quest 2 tu. Kalau Quest 2 tu hang kecilkan dia punya POV, jadi macam lebih kurang macam apa, helmet view kan. Helmet view kan. So kalau aku pakai helmet view, aku boleh push apa ni resolution dia max. Kalau aku PC aku tak ni, aku graphic card aku tak kuat.
Boleh kan.
So macam aku nak pakai Quest tu, aku pakai view tu, aku bawa maksimum ni grafik. So clear lah.
Ya, memang sebenarnya okey, tapi kita kena main rajin lah, main dengan setup dia, sebab memang kalau apa standard default setup memang confirm tak smooth lah kan. Kita kena faham rajin dengan tu.
Dua masa dia pakai bateri.
Buat problem bateri lah.
Macam monitor lah.
Kalau lawa tu monitor memang tetap akan lagi lawa. Tapi dia punya 3D effect tu, effect yang kita rasa macam apa, dia ada depth apa, 3D lah, rasa 3D lah, rasa semua macam makin dekat lah. Benda tu memang aku, kalau aku pergi ke monitor sekarang aku rasa pelik lah, sebab aku tak ada benda tu, rasa flat je.
Aku hari tu pakai apa, aku punya Quest tu, aku ada 2 biji, anak aku pakai biji. Biji tu ni controller rosak, so aku ambil hantu. So kalau nak set up, aku nak kena guna handphone, nak kena buka menu lah. So ni aku pakai monitor lah. Tapi aku nak monitor balik pun lama lah juga.
Satu je problem Mimin, apa kalau VR ni, kalau kita nak stream, stream tu payah lah, nak set up semua.
Nak kena buka pakai.
Lepas tu kita nak baca komen semua payah lah. So sebab tu ramai orang kalau streamer pun memang dia buat triple juga lah. Aku pun ada kan niat nak buat triple, insyaAllah tengok kan ada rezeki sikit buat triple. Kalau mu nak main banyak, mu nak stream banyak, triple lah. VR ni sebenarnya kepuasan sendiri tu memang best lah, memang. Emotion. Oi, memang aku bawa, kalau aku race setengah jam tu aku tak fikir benda lain dah. Rasa memang rasa macam kat situ lah.
Hanyut dunia.
Memang hanyut lah. Memang VR je lah yang boleh buat rasa gitu. Capuk.
Kena VR lah.
Capung dengan Didi gila memang puas dah. Kalau ada motion ni baru
Terus.
Tak payah tubik rumah, duduk rumah lah. Jual kereta betul lah. Dah satu lag ke? Boleh. Safe feel lah.
Masa ni kena masuk tu kot. Kena pit ni lah, tak cukup lah satu lag. Tak tahu lah, dia 1.4. Cukup.
Sebab ingat last time lagi kalau setengah lawa kan, kalau pakai VR tak nampak setengah lawa.
Dia kalau pakai VR kita rasa je lah string tu.
Rasa tengok equipment.
Tapi betul lah. Sebab tu kalau aku bak lawa rig aku sekarang ni tak lawa mana. Dia punya kabel semua merata. Memang berterabur lah. Tapi sebab pakai VR kan, jadi kita tak risau.
Kita duduk dalam kereta je lah. Tak keluar lah.
Tak rasa benda dah.
Boleh
Dia panas lah. Panas lagi.
Oh, panas.
Lama aku kena pasang aircon lah. Kalau tak ada aircon, peluh dia macam main bola. Tapi benda tu pun menambah ke immersion juga lah.
Riskan panas lah.
Macam pakai helmet tu.
Dia kalau peluh dekat kepala tak apa, ni masalah dia peluh dekat mata.
Kat mata tu kita nak lap tak boleh.
Ada Zena siap. Tak tahu SPC dia macam mana, okey ke tak. Tak ada aku
Kalau mu last time try PSVR lah, kalau mu try hak baru punya Quest 3 ke apa ke, memang jauh lah beza langit bumi.
Dah semua Quest 3 lah. Aku ada Pico sendiri.
Macam-macam lah.
Kalau Pico nak main, dia guna apa?
Dia boleh main game lain ke?
Boleh.
Ya sepatu VR lah.
Boleh. Tapi Quest 3 lah sekarang ni memang lawa apa lawa, harga pun tak adalah mahal sangat kalau banding dengan dulu.
Tu dia matahari silau tu.
HDR.
Mana ke?
Tak nampak benda je tu. Kita dah down drive malam kan, Mami?
Tu lah. First time selamat drive malam.
Main 24 jam tak ada drive malam. Sama lah aku.
Aku ada Pico sini, tapi tu lah Pico dia guna Steam VR. Kalau pakai Steam VR masuk apa? iRacing tak syok.
Ya, dia ada dia punya dia berat sikit lah. Dia kena adjust setting lain sikit lah.
Main-main setting.
Tapi aku rasa kalau beli triples memang puas hati plug and play, senang pakai. Nak main tenang je. Lopak je.
Sebelum Samsung kirim dah ke?
Hok panjang tu ultra wide lah.
Tak, 3 juga.
Tapi kita beli 3 biji lah. Frame 3 triple semua mahal juga tau. Dulu aku pernah tanya Abang Azman tu, 1,000 kot ada nak cah.
Stand dia tu.
Stand yang aluminium macam rig kan, tapi untuk monitor je.
Stand
Customnya lah kan. Tapi tahu lah sekarang ni ada murah kan.
Tapi ada ikut sensor lain.
Tapi kalau
macam harga rig dah.
Ya memang itu aku terkejut lah. Aku tu macam tak apa abang kasih. Tak, memang harga Abang Azman pun keras sikit lah kan.
Aku punya adik dulu mula tanya dia. Harga lebih kurang. Lepas tu pasal aku pakai VR rig, tak payah monitor.
Betul.
Aku tanya dia kira lebih kurang harga. Aku tak apa relax tu. Aku beli sendiri. Ikut size aku pasang sendiri. Kalau nak rata.
Jauh beza.
Dia sim match dia pasal promo.
Ya, ingat masa pandemik, masa Covid dulu. Time tu banyak promo. Syok tu.
8 lap. Sikit lah.
Pedal pakai pedal dia.
TCM.
Dia lah sama lah. TCM kok.
Guna kereta apa? Merah hitam.
Aku pakai merah lepas tu aku beli kat Shopee elastomer dari kedai mana aku replace lah satu spring tu, dia jadi elastomer tu sekarang. Jadi kerah. Memang kerah. Kat brake lah. Kan dia ada 2 spring lah. Jadi maknanya aku waktu base tu
Cabut buah biasa je.
waktu aku bubur dia punya tu dia getah elastomer tu. Elastomer tu kerah gila.
3D print ke?
Dia rasanya berada tu 3D print tapi dia buat ni extra hard So far aku pakai memang sedap lah. Dia kerah memang kerah betul lah.
Sebenarnya tu dia bagi 4 biji. Ada purple, ada putih, ada merah, ada hitam.
Ni besar ke pendek? Dia yang kecil-kecil dah.
Tak, ni tebal dia lebih kurang tebal spring ke lah.
Yang ni aku punya dia besar. Dia panjang macam spring TSM tu kat
Buah spring tu masuk getah tu.
Jadi satu merah. Jadi maknanya getah tu dia lagi kerah dari merah tu. Jadi yang kompres dulu merah tu. Lepas tu baru dia sampai ke getah.
Sekarang ni kompres dia lah.
So kalau aku tekan tu sikit je dia gerak. Tapi memang kena guna force lah, daripada kena guna kekuatan kaki daripada kita bajet benda tu jauh atau apa kan.
Maknanya dia travel lagi kurang tapi
travel jauh lagi kurang lah.
Sekarang memang getah hitam merah yang asal dia
Tapi sejak aku tukar tu dia IR aku maintain 2000 lah.
2000
aku maintain 2000 lah. Alhamdulillah lah.
Masih apa?
Betul rasa beza. Rasa macam makin konsisten lah. Nanti aku bagi link. Aku jumpa kat Shopee je pada kedai Malaysia.
Biasa lah.
Aku TSC nak jual era laptop lah.
Apa paling elok sebenarnya upgrade lah yang si Magic ke. Aku
tapi tunggu dulu tengok tadi yang mana harga kasih spring dengan yang crossfit yang itu yang kita
Aku ambil yang macam Cosby tapi apa GS Pro beli plan apa tu itu je boleh launch lah. Boleh lah.
Aku rasa elok kalau ambil Conspeed tu sebab dia ada kedai support warranty semua So kalau apa-apa kita bawa ke repaint je lah. HE semua kalau apa-apa problem mana boleh repair kan.
kena ada luar.
Aku ambil kat Jai tu pun second hand tapi dia hantar mai tengok macam baru kan. Mungkin dia guna kat kedai kot.
Kedai. Boleh apa?
Apa GS Pro.
Kopi ke mana? Nama brand dia.
Dia China HE kopi kan.
Macam Cospeed juga lebih kurang design semua. Tu senang lah. Nak mau pasal dia plate kan. Kat adik senang lah.
Plate dia tu mau tu begitu ni.
Don't forget to pit this lap for more fuel.
Okay. Last turn.
Pit boxing 10,
Pit box 5
5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. All the damage is repairable.
Oh, seminit repair. Nampak kereta okey.
Yang tadi juga kot.
Tadi yang spin tadi.
Nak depan tadi tu.
Repair lah kan. Repair lah sebab tadi ada rasa understeer belah kanan, corner kanan.
All clear. Punch it.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Tahu lah, boleh. Repair je. No problem. Terima kasih. Aku panjat dah lari, ada bunyi benda patah. Kerak. Tapi aku tak tahu binatang dia patah.
Sudah.
Aku tengok.
Cek pedal.
Bukan.
Senyap. Wah tu.
Dah. Dia bukan pedal, dia macam agak bunyi plastik. No problem. Okay.
Mana boleh spin tempat tu tak pernah off track pun.
Oh, benda hok patah tu apa dia punya penutup aluminium brace tu.
Oh, yang
Dia
part segi tu.
dia benda penutup dia plastiknya.
Oh, cover atas. Oh, tak boleh clean stain. 2 insiden kena.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Gelak. Enjoy. Oi. Aku off mic ya. Keluar.
Okay.
Oh, belakang ada front harness.
Rasa macam understeer sikit lah. Kalau ada damage lah. Saya tak ke?
Check up. Yang awal
tayar sejuk.
damage. Tak sejuk.
Dah full repair.
Wih, tercium dinding dia tadi.
The leader just did a 27.332.
Dah full repair.
Full repair lah tadi. Aku rasa tak ada damage. Okay. Lepas aku Stin siapa lah?
Syam.
Alright.
Dia nampak dia connect. Dekat skin atas tu. Dikis sikit.
Ya, sikit.
Badan pun tengah sejuk.
Dia tak mamak lagi.
Best ya sektor ni.
Kalau kena molek smooth je.
Ni kat bawah kan? Top speed ke?
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, menang lah. Ayat merah.
The lead is fitting now. The lead is fitting now.
Hmm?
Ah, ah. Weh, VR aku gelap.
Oh. Gelap. Gelap tu. Blackout tu. PC hidup. Hello, hello. 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 Towing, hello. Aduh.
Go, go, go!
Halo ni.
Hello.
Sorry.
Apa?
Kena drive.
Pis okey. Hidup balik.
Hidup. Tapi ni lah aku dah pasang balik semua. Tengok agak dok crash lagi lah.
Sorry. Saya turun bawah pergi buat ayam kat anak.
Kalau nak masuk drive pun boleh. Jadi ni nanti dia.
Okay.
Aku boleh je buat sambung balik kalau mau nak masuk. Tapi ikut lah.
Boleh. Kalau ready masuk tu aku pergi.
Ready. Tapi ke mau nak masuk 2-3 layan 2-3 lap dulu.
Tak apa. Masuk dulu lah.
Okay.
Orang depan belakang pun jauh lap juga.
Okay.
Tu siapa nak buat ni?
Aku.
Balik.
Dah balik lah.
Nah.
So tak boleh saya cover.
Standby je lah. Nanti bila aku drive ni takut crash. Saya tak harap, insyaAllah.
PC hidup tu PC terus tak tahu.
Dia hidup, tapi dia semua gelap, screen gelap. Lepas tu fan GPU spin 100%. Aku Google lah, memang isu GPU lah. So aku guna MSI Afterburner, aku turun sikit dia punya clock. So agak stable sikit lah.
Dia sebab orang 100% ke sebab panas
Tak tahu lah, aku baca ni bukan sebab panas ke apa. Aku punya temperature okey je. Tapi dia just dia punya umur. Dia punya umur. Rasanya GPU ni pun dah nak masuk 4 tahun 5 tahun 4 tahun. 2020 lah.
Pakai GPU apa?
Untuk streaming lah VR 3080.
Baru lah juga.
3080?
Tapi 3080 ni dulu dia buat mining lah. So maybe ada damage tu, tak tahu lah. Bayangkan dia 2 tahun dia 2 tahun 3080 ni tak tidur. Jalan je 100%.
Silau matahari.
Silau gila kan.
Matahari punya reflection atas jalan.
Lupa tutup VR.
Tapi
dalam VR kena guna.
Ikut kita siapa yang buka.
Dalam VR kalau tak guna nampak kurang lawa lah.
Tak dia. Kurang dia.
Tu lah.
Masa dia gelap tadi ada kat mana?
Dekat sektor last lah tadi tak? Nak masuk kat carousel tu. Lepas tu
Kat slow.
gelap je, aku terus tekan brake.
Tapi ngau macam parking.
Dia tak ada damage.
Itu lah.
Si Syam okey ke? Tak ada tak?
Yang kata okey?
Apa dia? Dia mana dia? Pantai.
Macam mana?
Banyak
Isu teknikal je.
Dia kalau dia tak boleh, saya cover lah.
Boleh apa-apa pun boleh. Kita siang hari Ahad ni boleh standby lah. Aku je harap PC aku tak crash lagi lah. Ni tu je lah. Ya, pergi toilet jap.
Nak ni aku pergi masuk lah.
Okey.
awak ada bendera putih. Last lap.
Dia biru.
Tak, ada bendera putih lagi sebelah. Sebelah biru tu.
Aku ada biru je.
Kat aku ada biru dengan putih.
Dah, habis dah. Masuk. Isi balik semua minyak dengan cuma tak tukar tayar.
3, 2, 1. Right here.
Okay, dah keluar.
That's it, go.
Okay.
Okay, masuk. Aku cuma isi minyak, tayar aku dah tukar.
Tengah driver swap lah, 10 seconds.
Oh. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
So tadi macam apa? Yang Azim berhenti tepi tu, lepas tu Min sambung je lah. Macam driver swap biasa.
Lepas Zai berhenti tu, kereta hilang ke pit sebab dia detect driver tu offline kan. Dia tahu minit. Lepas minit tu terus aku boleh tekan race.
Aku lupa on spotter pula. Tak apa, okay.
Spotter boleh on off ke? In game?
Tak, aku pakai crew chief.
Oh. Dah boleh in game lah.
Kalau in game boleh kena set shortcut kan.
Tu lah.
Kalau tak ada shortcut dia kena on dekat menu lah. Kalau nak buat shortcut boleh. Nak buat shortcut, nak bagi kuat, nak bagi slow boleh. Dekat menu tu dia ada kalau nak assign apa-apa button untuk shortcut. Outlet tayar sejuk licin lah.
Tayar sejuk kereta berat.
Tapi ni tayar sama tadi kan.
Aku antik.
So tu sedap sikit. Rasa split kita tak ada kelas lain kan?
Apa ni IPN apa punya apa sama?
Kelas lain sikit sangat. Ada 2-3 split je.
Tu lah.
Tengok top split pun sikit je. GT2 11 biji. Sikit semua.
Ada 86. Ya, 86 ada Porsche Cup.
GTE pun ada. Bawa M8 shot lah. M8 dekat ni.
Silap bawa tapi sebab tadi lock TBS jadi boleh lock. Takut lock.
Bahaya.
Tapi tu lah Abah kalau M8 kan. Tapi tak tahu hari tu aku bawa kereta lain outlet melelong-lelong. Aku bawa M8 tu daripada outlet terus 3 lap clean lah.
Tak bawa.
Wah, kereta tu melekat.
Tapi tu lah apa, aku bawa 3 lap lah. Dia kata apa,
Minyak.
Pit minyak.
Pit ni.
Kan ni
3 lap je. Tapi minyak dah tank.
Tak tahu, aku tak check minyak. Aku masuk, aku tukar ini apa, dia set up for apa tu.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Awak takut dia keluar blue flag dengan white flag lah. Blue flag tu tahu saya tadi kita potong kereta tu. White flag tu tak apa.
Ada white flag eh? Aku tak ada.
Tak, dekat aku keluar blue dengan white. Dua flag. Tapi dah tak ada dah, kereta aku dah lepas dah.
Tak menurut gospel. Pas kuali masuk scene. Mana dia bawa scene tu?
Nombor 1 tu.
Masuk scene tu.
Dah, dalam iRacing pun tengok nombor 1 tu. Dia punya split sekarang.
Tu lah sebab ada tengah semalam ada orang tu dia crash dengan P2. Dia dari P3 terus ambil tu.
Dia.
Aku siap-siap turun buat ayam ke anak pun, diri pun duk rasa gelong-gelong. Sebab dia suka.
Tak.
Tak lagi race berapa F1?
9 ke 8-9 macam tu lah.
Malam. Ya habis ni terus F1 lah.
Satu last ni tu lepas sikit lah start.
Lah maksud kita habis race boleh tengok F1 lah. Malam.
Siapa last team?
Syam. Aku jaga lagi tengok Juan dia bawa dalam gelap.
Juan dia bawa dengan senyak sekali.
Senyak 8.30 dalam gelap. Betul tu. Aku bawa outlet pun takut-takut. My second lap ni out lah. Dia dengan Ipin memang hafal betul-betul yang track ni. Ada aku rasa ada dulu daripada sembang apa duka dengan Ipin masa malam-malam main track ni tak tahu dia dia main 6 minggu straight kot setiap hari track ni.
Training
6 minggu setiap hari.
Melekat kepala lah. Terus sebelum pos sekali berhabis dengan tengok itu dia setengah tu habis.
Macam aku hafal, aku dah ni hafal boleh lah, tapi nak tahu nak braking point tak mana, nak throttle tak mana, tu tak main agak-agak tak tahu lagi lah.
Wah, sikit payah lah.
Dia kena main selalu betul baru boleh tahu.
Aku banyak belajar track ni bila main kereta yang slow. Main kereta slow sikit. Macam masa dulu skippy lah kat sini kan. Memang belajar banyak lah. Lepas tu macam bila MX-5 main sini memang syok lah.
Dah kereta belakang, dia potong.
Kereta belakang tu leader ke tak maka?
Front runner.
Nombor 12, nombor 11.
Front runner.
Oh, Lika. Masih empuk.
Belakang nombor 18.
Dia kedah ni.
Ui, asal buang ni.
Wah. Itu.
Laju apa shot?
Belakang macam loose. Dengan overheat.
Saya boleh tengok. Tapi saya nak tengok kena speed dulu tengok kan.
Okey lagi ni tayar.
Ni payah. Kita nak habis haus. Panas je lah.
Panas lah. Dia punya surface temperature tu.
Temperature lah ni 21.
Track time.
Track time 21. Pagi baru dekat situ 6 lebih 6.56. Nombor 1 duk main kat belakang. Weh,
Clear.
Belakang sekarang ni leader.
The leader is coming up with you.
Kan dia dah sama dah.
McLaren.
Payah.
The leader is coming up with you. Do not outside. The car behind you is busy.
Steam tak skip ni ya, ada Steam dia.
Still there, hold your line. Clear on the line.
Lucu. Rapat.
Oh, best.
Dia nak potong gua ni. Mesti dia takut nak potong. Dia fight tu.
Kapan nombor 2 je lagi.
Undernya. Man, fight dengan leader.
Leader pun colour nak sama macam kita, warna coklat.
First thing aku tadi, aku depan dia. Nombor 4. Nombor dia save minyak gila-gila. Bawah dah tu. Satu lah.
Tak laju pun dia.
Tu lah. Laju. Consistent.
Dia main safe je tu. Kalau sebab aku pace okey, jadi dia ikut belakang je.
Dia tak nak pun apa. Dia tunggu je.
Dia relate. Ikut out lah. Dia relate lah. Nombor 2 jauh lagi.
Jauh.
Tak tahu.
Jauh sama lap lah. Kita tinggal lap lah. Tak tak.
Bagi dia kat straight ni.
Follow dia lah.
Boleh save sikit minyak. Kalau kita boleh follow ni, kira kita menang lah kira.
Kita pampak je dia.
Oh, nombor 2 setengah lap. 4 minit setengah belakang. Nombor 3 1 lap down. Nombor 3. Nombor 2 4 minit setengah belakang.
Laju dia sektor last tu.
Oh, mesti dia set up low downforce. Awal-awal slow selekor. Okay, last sector straight lagi. Tak nampak pula speed dia. Masuk kereta dia.
That was your fastest lap of the session. The leader took it up.
8.25.
Oi, bagus.
Gini, temperature tengah sedap.
Maknanya M4 ni paling OP lah. Sebab tak speed ramai guna M4 ni.
Max pakai tu kira betul tu.
Top 5 tu semua BM.
Max
Tengok.
baru nak apa?
Apa dia?
Max Verstappen.
Apa dia? Nombor apa?
Max bawa itu apa?
BM tak?
MWM Team Redline.
Oh, 89 lah. X.
Tiga se.
Hari tu aku buat sekali kat Abang Bobby. Marah dia.
Oi, betul.
Tinggal 49 je. Lepas tu penalty 50. Tengok, sektor ni aku kejar dia. Masuk balik dalam draft. Tapi dalam sektor mesti dia lari.
Ini banyak sektor kena high speed. Kena high downforce. Dia dah set up low downforce.
Ya tu. Banyak pula back marker.
Smart lah pilih ni. Aku kena sini ni. Tapi payah bawa.
Dia kena update sekali lagi rasa. Sebab Mercedes tu 2020 kan.
Tapi tak ada baru. Yang betul punya apa, fanatic seller pun belum betul.
Betul lah.
Wesak
lah.
Oh, tak.
Wesak je.
Satu Malaysia lah Wesak.
Sekarang ni banyak kerja. Kerja Malaysia je. Kena kesak je. Kerja ni saya kerja. Bus ni pun back rocket.
Dia slow macam. Ya Allah, nak terumput. Allah, steering sengit. Sikit.
Dia kalau strike tu yang bahaya.
Allah, ambil bol.
Tayar belakang. Tayar belakang sengit.
Sebab aku pergi sebelah dia ni. Aduh. Aku masuk repair.
Dia kalau depan-depan tak apa. Dia kalau kena ke tepi tu yang salah.
Kalau kena direct tayar tu senang.
Aku rasa tukar driver tu lah. Tengok mah kan. Kira sejam lah tadi.
Syam dah? Syam?
Syam tak tak. PCD tu lagi. Problem lagi.
Saya masuk lah.
Masuk.
Okey.
Zai dah berapa lap?
5 lap ni.
Oh lagi.
Aku kira sekali dengan yang tadi lah, yang 2 lap sebelum crash je. Okey lah, tak apa, petang kan aku ada je rumah kalau nak kena cover sesiapa. Aduh, silap.
Oh, kita jadi ketam. Kena tu ke? Kena detik air ke? Sedih tu.
Pasal Mercedes ni, aduh, slow sangat. Top speed pun terjejah.
Tayar belakang ke kiri.
Dia sengit macam ni masalah masa nak corner.
Memang tak sedap.
Lagi dia buang bukan.
Kena masuk pit repair bahaya.
Full tank, full tukar tayar.
5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Alamak, 6 minit 55 campur 3 minit optional. Allah. Boleh relax dulu Pak Long.
Tak apa.
Buat kopi pun sempat
Dia habis lah ni.
Bagi brew dulu.
Nak tengok replay lah. Frah. Sorry gang. Cium dinding sikit je padahal.
Gasak je dia tu.
Tapi sebab dia impact, sebab dia tengah buang belakang.
Betul ya. Macam aku tadi depan head on.
Head on.
Okay.
Kalau head on dia kacau top speed je. Dia tak kacau steering je.
Macam aku masuk mula-mula tadi masa gelap sini, masuk outlet tu. Sagat sini. Tu mana lelong. Lelong. Tak lagi dia sapu semua.
Tak apa, jangan big crash dah. Asal kita boleh repair lagi, okey.
Repair 5 minit tu apa je.
Aku punya tadi repair 20 minit. Australia 7 minit. Masih buruk tadi.
Aku pun buka VR je lah. Kelak belum?
Okay. Terima kasih. Harap dapat complete 7 lap. 7 pun dah umrah. Guna Alcantara ni kena pakai glove lah.
Dia jadi melekat kat tangan
Hitam tangan-tangan.
Saya tu balut badminton punya grip.
Ni steering Awi punya steering lah. Awi je kat sana.
Awi ada gear rig dia, tak ada
Tak. Apa GPU saya nak guna 1080 ni pun dia punya.
Dulu saya beli Trustmaster T300 dia kak.
Ni dengan steering OMP D.
Lawa tu.
Dia ambil ni, lepas tu pasang pattern box lah. Dalam 17 8-17 lah.
Berapa minit repair?
Lagi 5 minit. Required dalam 2 minit setengah. Optional 3 minit. Yang 21 insiden. Ada lagi 9.
Dia?
Tak insiden lah 91.
Oh.
Lagi
Habiskan,
9.
habiskan. Habiskan, tinggal satu untuk Isha. Grand Warden.
Saya tadi tukang tayar.
Sorry?
Tukang tayar tadi.
Apa dia? Tak dengar.
Tayar tukar tadi.
Tayar Zai cakap dia tik tadi. Dia semua. Sebab asal mati dah.
The lead is bidding now.
Leaders tengah.
Leader sama Steam dengan kita ke?
Ha?
Leader sama Steam dengan kita ke?
Leader warna orang tu.
Tak ada kata leader. Nombor 1 tadi lah. Oh, tukar ke kot. Ingat nombor 1 bukan BM tadi. Ferrari. Bukan Ferrari, nombor 1. Oh, plan itu yang fan besar.
The gears are almost finished up.
Ni ada steering pin. Jalan dah?
The lead is pitting now. The lead is pitting now. The lead is pitting now. Busy. The car behind you is busy.
Oh.
Oh. Jadi okey ke dia?
Okay.
berapa lagi bro?
No.
Tak apa,
Lagi
aku tengok
5 lap lah.
5.2 lap. Ush, kelabu.
leader's fitting now. You have about 5 laps of fuel left. The leader's fitting now. The leader's fitting now. The car behind is pitting. The leader's pitting now.
Ah. Ah.
Okay.
Dia kata will damage ni. Tapi okey lah.
Oh.
Got wheel damage.
Aduh.
5 lap lagi. Aduh.
Nampak lagi. 5 lap lagi. Saya rasa lama dah. Baru 5 lap. Steady.
Berapa dah insiden?
Berapa insiden? Ya. Mana siap? 95. 5 lagi. Tak apa. 4.2 lap. 4 lap. Boleh aku off mic ya. Oh ya.
Hello.
Halo.
Siap kembali.
Ada okey ke?
Harapnya okey. Error dah hilang. Try.
Oh, dia punya i7 tu pula. Yang bilik adik.
Dia berapa tahun dah? 5 tahun.
Kamu tahu?
Sedikit simhap.
Isi power isi tu memang window lah. Itu tak pasti kau.
Tak pasti. Cuma boleh error tu nampak berkaitan dengan boot lah. Secure boot. Atau ada file missing.
Secure boot tu banyak game sekarang ni minta dia disable lah.
Dia disable. Jadi aku reset flash BIOS semua. Download gigabyte control center baru, settle masalah. Kau tak pening dah apa. 2-3 jam crash gana. Ajar lah.
Tadi boleh bawa berapa jam? Berapa lag?
Aku boleh. Lepas tu biar untuk TikTok live aku biar.
Oh, okey.
Duk bagi tepi senyap komputer. Semalam saya bersenyap. Kau pula senyap. Senyap dia tahu. Crash lah tu.
Senyap hidup tapi tak ada display. Okay, PC
mati
pun
kan?
mati sekali. Power semua.
PC mati cuma kipas PC jalan.
Oh, power ada lah.
Power ada.
Lampu hidup apa kan?
Semua line semua shut off lah ke. Aku tengok temperature how ipin royak ni okey. Tak apa 90. Tak 70 lebih 60 lebih. Tu lah. Kali try reset semua BIOS ni. Yang dah hilang ni try.
Aku bangun subuh tadi. Ambil screen sikit. Hitam aje.
Hitam tu. Dia hidup.
Game tu crash dia. Nak spawn.
Malu.
Merumput.
Left side. Still there. To the right. Stay on the right. Stay on the right. Stay on the right there. Hold your line. Clear on the left.
Oh, dia side by side.
Point 292.
19 minit. Lepas Zai masuk gelap tadi, Mei masuk satu lap.
Ya.
Lepas tu Zai full stay balik.
Dia pusing balik. Ramai kena Zai kena.
Ya. Kali ni ramai kena crash. Rasa tak ada benda pun.
Ipin pun kena.
Habis komputer Bos Bobby tu.
Ipin tu PC dia ke PC Bos Bobby?
Bos Bobby.
Oh, PC Bos
Yang
lah.
hari tu lagi. PC saya lagi okey. Hak kecil je. Just dulu apa minit
Oh, Samia. Samia tak?
2.9 lap. 2 lap lah.
2 lap.
8, 16.
16.
20 minit lebih kurang. Masuk game dah? Belum lagi?
Masuk dah.
Oh,
suka dia merokok.
Posisi berapa dah ni?
ya?
Posisi berapa dah?
25. 25 sendak dengan 24.
Oh.
Perut kata mata.
You have to drive through the pit without stopping.
Melompat tekuk tu aduh.
Tekuk tu tinggi.
You've got wheel damage. Looks like your car is soaked. You'll need a tow back to pit lane. Press and hold the reset button and we'll come and get you.
Tayar kiri sengit, tayar kanan sengit.
Oh, kena repair.
Tadi tayar sengit 5 minit. Ni tengoklah.
Lepas aku sama bawa.
Ha?
Ni
Pasal siapa lah? Tunggu.
Mei nak bawa.
Oh.
Sembalik.
Jadi aku agak-agak dalam 1.45 dah lah. Sejam.
Satu. Ini ku satu.
Ada steam baru tak?
Ya, tengah ni, tengah susun balik. Pak Long masuk ku satu ke?
Pak Long tak
Topik ku
lagi.
satu. Berapa lag ke tinggal?
Pak Long ni dah tinggal
Dua lag dah.
Tapi pit terus lah sebab kita rosak kan.
Oh, dah tahu.
Kita dah repair belum?
Repair. Masuk. Alright.
Jadi sengit nak bawa tak boleh.
Tak boleh tu. Jadi itu costing tu lah kan.
Tu kasi tu.
Jadi ni sejam. 1.45 lah.
Pit box in 10,
Tunggu repair dulu tengok berapa minit.
1. Right here. All the damage is repairable.
15 minit. 16.
Kali optional.
Ada optional dalam 4 minit. 3 minit lebih. 3 minit setengah.
Total
Dalam 17 minit.
17 minit. Alright.
Satu juga lah. Situ kep tinggi. Oh, gantung kalau kena. Kep dekat last sector ni tinggi-tinggi. Naik turun bukit.
Check. Empat. Satu. Amin.
Malam ni F1 pukul 9. Siapa lah last thing?
Nanti sekejap tengok.
Sama.
Last thing tu
Kalau ikut yang
sikit
lama
lah.
tu sama. Tengok.
That's good.
Patut ni naik bas pergi Penang. Kena lawan Penang bola.
Ya.
Malam ni. Stadium Bandaraya.
Oh, kena bandaraya.
Batu kawan kan ke mana?
Oh, betul ah. Kalau batu kawan belah batu
Oh. Kalau Stadium Bandaraya tu?
kena bandaraya kalau ikut dalam pulau.
Oh, dah pulang. Stadium Bandaraya ke sini?
Dalam pulau.
Dalam pulau? Kalau batu kawan ni belah darat. Tanah besar. Lamanya tak pergi utara. Tak pergi Langkawi tak pergi.
Alright. Ipan nak beda stand dia?
Ada lagi.
Ada lagi?
Tapi nama Bobby siapa bawa akaun dia?
Oh dia?
Oh dia.
Abang Bobby duduk Perak.
Oh.
Bobby duduk Perak tu.
Dia pasal yang dekat apa Bear Gaming tu guna akaun Kobe. Kan?
Tapi PCP pun ada sana kan? Ke?
Ada PCP ada Dino.
Oh.
PC dia buat kerja.
Oh,
Dia PC Bear Gadget dua untuk SIM.
Bear Gadget ada dua SIM ke berapa?
Ada dua. Hot Bobby, lagi Hot Triple 32.
32. Yang guna canvas tu yang 32 lah.
32.
Pakai tak canvas tu? Kecil dah buat base dia. Okey.
Oh, okey kau. Hot camera apa? Hot baru tu ada sekali dengan pedal.
Tapi steering dia dah tukar kan?
Tak boleh tukar.
Steering harga murah dah tapi steering pula tak tukar.
Okey.
Untuk start okey kot. Updated.
Let right. Tayar tukar tak?
Dah. Sudah tayar masuk ke dalam.
Gelong.
Dia betul.
Siap iPad dah?
Dah lagi. Tengah jalan lagi.
Ni pancit. Oh.
Belum.
Dia siap.
Pancit.
Dia suruh pergi. Dia biasa kalau siap yang wajib je. Kalau yang final tu dia tak suruh.
Tu kali repair tak habis lagi. Ada 8 minit 50 saat lagi.
Oh.
Di sebelah dalam main ni.
Oh dia repair steering kot. Tayar okey dah kot.
Saya nampak okey dah.
Steering rack dulu.
Steering rack mampu. Steering rack. Orang lain pace pun lah, okey.
Nah?
Pace orang lain.
Alright.
Relax belakang dah.
Oh, lebih kurang 40 je.
Paling laju 17 kot tadi.
Tak pergi je 8 start 8 20 bawah 20.
Oh. Yang great enemy tu nombor apa dah?
Dah jumpa dah hari tu. Ada lagi ke tak? Oh, boleh tayar kereta pusing ke kanan, pusing ke kiri habis tu.
Tiba-tiba dia tarik.
Oh. Steering pun ikut sekali.
Sama. Tiba-tiba saya kau gerak ke kiri.
Oh. Duduk rajat di kantor.
Satu, dua, tiga, okey bagus ya. Okay, nombor 4 dah down 2 lap lah.
Oh, jauh dah.
1, 2, 3 je maintain. Sama.
Biasa 1, 2, 3 tu biar yang geng-geng power.
Tapi 1, 2, 3 ni depan ni tak qualify kot pasal grid. Yang nombor 1 start nombor 1. Yang nombor 2 start nombor 8. Nombor 3 start nombor 22. Yang start nombor 1
start hilang.
Start mana?
Full position.
Dua nombor 21. Nombor 8 lap down. Nombor 1, nombor 5. Nombor 5 14 lap down. Kita pun 11 lap down. Nombor 5 15 lap down. Nombor 29.
Kita dengan atas berapa lap? Sama lap?
Kita 12, atas 9 lap. So 10, 11, 12 dalam 3 lap tu. Nah. Yang belakang kita sesama 12 lap. 12 lap, 13 lap. Lagi berapa minit?
Lagi 7 minit.
Driver saja boleh nampak. Luar tak nampak kan?
Tak nampak.
Okay. Ni belakang.
Berapa kereta ke jalan? Jalan
Kita 24, 25 pun dalam pit kot. Dia baru jalan kot.
kalau yang lap 50 lebih tu tak ada rehat tu. Dia tinggal 50 lap kan.
Tak, pasal yang belakang kita dia timing tak jalan pun.
Nombor 25 ni rehat depan ni.
Ya ke?
Warna dia kelabu lah. Takut dia keluar tu. Nama dia warna kelabu.
Oh, tak jalan lah.
Rapi.
Game perfect. Dia tak gerak.
Tapi tulis sini plus 1 minit 20 saat.
Tak, dia nama dia jadi grey. Kalau merah tu yang overlap kita kan. Biru tu yang ada
depan.
Overlap. Ni warna grey, ni kelabu. Kalau benda apa?
Belakang tak apa.
Dalam pit.
Dalam pit.
Belakang tak apa. Dia nak potong pun lagi 1 minit 20 saat. Kena penalty dah. Kami insiden 102 dah.
Oi, lebih.
Next 120.
Jadi dia kisahkan di dalam pit kan?
Tak patutnya. Tak. Ni remaining incident point. Tak tahu dia serve sekali ke tak tahu. Tapi kalau penalty stationary ke atau drive thru?
Berhenti.
Berhenti eh?
Ha.
Sekali tu drive thru eh?
Berhenti dia boleh serve sekali lah. Tapi dia ada tulis tak?
Tapi atas event ada yang kena berhenti, ada yang lalu je.
Tak ada pula.
Sebelum
Tak
dulu
ada.
lalu je.
Kalau lalu ni next lap jam je lalu je lah. Masuk pit lalu pula.
Tak, dia kena apa? Kena pit lane penalty. Laju. Tak perasan dia 60 ingat 70.
Syam tak guna tu lah, speed limiter lah.
Guna. Tapi tak break biar dia 70. Rupanya 60. Dah terlajak line tu biar dia turun balik.
Oh, drive thru.
Drive thru.
Drive thru to many incident point.
Kena masuk balik
Next lap just lalu je lah. Lalu pun kena jaga speed limit lah.
Kena break tadi tak break slow gitu. Dua minit setengah.
2 minit
30 saat.
Tu apa? List ada ubah lagi?
Apa dia?
List.
Ada.
Uh,
Dalam WhatsApp.
Lau pokok lau ke satu usia
4 balung. 4 dah tidur. Kan. Lima puluh saat.
Alright. Staying state lah. Staying state dah. Okey dah.
Okey dah. Black flag keluar dah. Black flag. Repair almost finish.
Kita mau jumpa cakap lap.
Come into the black flag or you'll be disqualified.
Oh, dia pit tu dah hilang kena lalu juga.
Kena lalu. Dia tulis drive through. Cermin ni goyang kacau. Dia ganggu. Tiba-tiba tengok cermin goyang.
Tak sedap rasa.
Tak sedap rasa. Ingat lah pit.
Oh. Merah kuning.
Track time berapa?
23. Johan bawa.
Yang bawa.
Johan shoot down. Pergi makan jap.
Right.
Gelak-gelak.
Oh, saya pun nak keluar Ustaz. Nak bawa anak pergi gunting rambut
Right.
Pukul 2 nanti
Pergi gunting rambut dulu.
Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. You've got wheel damage. leader's speeding now.
3 lap. Do a lap. Meng ada dah Meng.
You cut the cord, you've got to slow down and give up that time.
Lag berapa Syam?
Lap 1.2 last.
Oh, depan ni Muaimin
Min.
Tengok dekat YouTube ni, rig dia kosong je, tak ada orangnya.
Kita makan lah ni.
Sekejap aku try call dia.
Tak nampak satu lap ni. Kena masuk ni. Tapi straight dah.
Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Dia call mid.
Call tak angkat lah. Tapi tak tahu, nampak dekat rig macam ada orang tadi.
Ada repair 3 minit ni.
Halo, Ming?
Dia kata ingin makan ni.
Ada tu, dia lagi dia masuk.
Ya.
Ha.
Ada lagi 2 minit 50 saat.
Lagi dia masuk tu kot. Kena repair macam
Ada lagi 2 minit.
2 minit.
Min. Suara kau dia?
Dah masuk Min?
Belum.
Motion. Hello.
Oh.
Oh no. Sedap makan.
Cepat. Ada seminit. 40 saat. Tinggal repair seminit 40 saat.
Oh, repair tak apa-apa.
Seminit habis repair.
Biar. Okey, masuk.
All the damage is repairable.
Ni seminit dia. Optional.
Optional habis.
Aku repair habis lah.
Habis.
Okey.
Maksudnya dua.
Kereta tak ada masak apa?
Tak ada, kena itulah.
Sikit
Wheel
lah.
front end dengan left.
Oh.
Kena dinding sikit.
Sekarang nombor? Nombor 25. Oh, sama kau.
Mana sama.
Tak.
Repairs are nearly done.
Pukul apa ni? Pukul 9 pagi, 9.30 pagi.
Oh, baru pagi tu
9.30 pagi.
Nampak gelap depan tu.
Aku try fuel save tak boleh ya?
Oh, tak boleh. Panah-panah ni aku save tadi. Ngam je. Kena save dari first lap keluar tu.
Okay, go.
Boleh 6 lap je. Masuk
Okay,
pit tu ada satu lap lagi. Masuk kata bahaya.
Tu lah. Okay, kita jalan.
Alright.
Panah apa Zat?
Pada ni Zai. Dah, pergi makan jap.
Okay.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Macam mana? Tim korang okey tak? Tim apa?
P25. Baru siap repair tadi. Lama.
Berapa lama dah repair?
Repair 20 minit.
20 minit.
Aduh, repair part tu sangat.
Siapa yang tengah drive sekarang?
Aku baru masuk.
Baru masuk. Okey
ambil-
ni borak-borak. Okey sambil-sambil live ni.
Okey. Oh lah ya. Okey. Aku ambil daripada Syam tadi.
Oh, siapa yang buat insiden tu? Syam.
Tadi Pak Long sebelum Syam tadi.
Oh, Pak Long buat insiden lah. Minta dia belanja ni lah. Nasi kandar satu.
Okey, Pak
Okey.
Long. Pos sini. Pos sini.
Duit repair.
Sekarang sebut je lah.
Johan. Lepas tu lagi 20 minit. Uzi masuk.
Tu nampak video sagak tu apa tu?
Tak tahu Pak.
Ke tayar tu.
Pak, aku CPU kat sini dah ada persen. Lepas tu tiba-tiba jadi jatuh. Tak ada apa-apa pun.
Oh, bak kereta okey.
Kereta okey, tak ada masalah pun. Jalan laju je.
Kau tengok
Jadi aku
kereta kau ni okey tapi tayar sotong.
dua dah. Sekejap aku masuk ni jap. Tengok ni. Dia nak potong ni tengok.
Okey.
Dia bagi laluan.
Pi apa tu?
Car in front is pitting.
thank you. Roti sana. Suria. Terus. Jangan pergi saja masuk discount lah. Nak habis dah ni Steam ni.
Oh, boleh 2 lap lagi.
Dua lap lagi. 2 lap ke? Okey, lepas 2 lap.
Satu lap itu lagi
Kena save
satu.
sikit. Last lap lagi.
Track apa? Wih, 30 lah track cam. Patut pun. Licin nak Ming?
Licin. Tiap time berapa?
30.
Oh, 30. Licin lah dekat last sector tu. Ada rasa dah belakang tu ada buang.
Wah,
Bila ringan tu tak boleh leave lama kan. Itu untuk select lagi. Hello.
Tak ada ni. Oh, satu lap lagi. Habis ni lagi satu lap. Okay. Tak. Saya kata dia tak sempat. Tak habis China. Saya.
Dia malam.
Saya ganti dia. Yang ni last lap kan? Mana tu?
Dia malam ni last lap. Dia siap pakai VR lah.
Ni spin tak ada satu pun ni habis. Ni kena relax lah. Santai-santai. Bagi complete spin sudah.
Tak balong. Ni kena habiskan steer. Speed limit 60. Okay balong, ready? Ready, masalah speed dah. Saya aku tahan dulu dah.
Right here. All the damage is repairable.
Okay, keluar kereta. Lalu, tapi dia masa 10 second untuk driver sweat.
Okay, punch it.
Untuk mana hak masuk ni. Okay, dah masuk kereta.
Ada repair kat 14 saat.
Hello, kereta ada kena repair ke?
Dah tadi.
Optional?
Tak, sikit dalam 20 saat kot.
20 saat repair. Ada benda-benda belok sikit kot.
Apa?
20 saat repair.
20 second kan?
Tadi dia tukar tayar ke?
Dah. Aku dah tukar tayar full tank.
Makan angin.
Okay, balong dah gerak. Hello? Hello, balong.
Ya.
Dah gerak.
Dah jalan lah.
Okay.
Nak keluar stadium lah.
Laju. Okey, belum? Kereta.
Alhamdulillah saya bawa santai-santai.
Awal ni tak payah sejuk lah. Trek pun panas. Kena awal sikit lah buik.
Makan ni.
The lead is fitting now. The lead is fitting now. The lead is fitting now. The lead is fitting now.
Today, they're still on the same strategy. Impulse exit the pit lane though and make their way out onto the circuit again, just behind the 992 class leaders in fact. And just behind, Carl Valero is switched for Michael Polisek, but we're getting to the stage in the race now with less than 6 hours remaining that some of these gaps are beginning to get uncrossable without any problems up ahead, and I just wonder whether the TCR leading battle is one of those as well. It was 18 towards a minute before that pit stop there for the two TCR leaders. I mean, with 5.5 hours remaining, it's going to be difficult to catch Impulse Racing unless they have no problems at all.
Yeah, there's a few of those gaps where you're looking, you can go, okay, 5 hours is a lot of racing. I'm sure they could close that down, but some of these like greater than a minute ones is like, oh, it needs to be trouble for the leading car for that to close down. So, I mean, we talked a little bit about that GT4 lead battle, and for example, fastest car in that class at the moment is the third place car, Team 75 Bernhard by Simon Corentin Guinea, and you go, well, hang on, yeah, they're 30 seconds away from the race lead. They're 2 seconds a lap faster at the moment. They can definitely keep closing that down with the amount of time we've got left. They can start to bring a little bit of pressure in that area.
Do you want to update you on a couple of things that have been happening overnight in case you're waking up across Europe here this morning and wondering where the hell some people are, because that's the same reaction I had too. Just as darkness was falling, in case you weren't with us, in GR86 we had a fairly major moment. In fact, I'll go a little bit further back than that actually. Just a few minutes before, the other Impulse car, the teammate to this car on your screen right now, had a wheel disconnect, a wheel failure. I think it was Miguel Freitas.
Hello.
He seemed to do a bit of driving for the Triple Two.
Sorry.
They crashed into the wall heavily at turn 1 as a result of that technical failure, and they never emerged from that. So that left one bullet in the gun for the Impulse Racing team. Just after that, the Nurburgring Esports GR86 was crashed into. Now, they were running second place at the time, and did an unbelievable job of getting that car back again, by the way. In case you weren't with us, there was spark flying all over the place. All the wheels were still there, but the suspension pieces certainly weren't, and the tail lights weren't either. It was a remarkable sight, and there was a long way to go as well. About half of the Nordschleife before this car could get back to pit lane and get the repairs done. Eventually they did. They took on the requireds first of all, then went out for a lap, decided that wasn't worth doing. They came in again and took some more minutes of optionals, and then they were back out onto the circuit. But I think if there's ever an example of an encouragement to persevere with this race and stay in the race and just keep going, I think it's the Nurburgring Esports team, because I'd imagine when they crashed with just over 16 hours remaining in this race, in the full darkness with most of the nighttime driving still ahead of them, it would have been quite easy to just call it a day and give up from that point, thinking that you might not be in contention for the win anymore. But that's not what the Nurburgring Esports team have done. They've soldiered on, and they are now leading this race by 1 minute 58 seconds ahead of Team RSO.
Yeah, and again, any of these iRacing endurance events, you say never, but I feel like the Nurburgring just has a little more of that. You never know what could happen to the cars in front of you. You know, never give up, stick it out sort of thing. So to that extent, I think you persevere more here than you do at some other places.
Yeah, but
that is the pit lane for Max Verstappen after 7 laps, which is typical for the GT3s.
Yeah, the big question now is whether he will be getting out or not. It's not necessarily about what time it is at the moment, 9:15 local. It's about what time it will be when he finishes another stint, which will be 10:15 local time.
and then you can see second place also hitting the lane. So that's the kind of gap that the GT3 leader has got, is that 25-ish seconds.
Yeah, last gap I got was 27.9 to be pedantic.
I feel like ish can be like plus or minus about 3 seconds. It's not plus or minus 10 seconds, so I think I'm just within my ish window of measurement.
No, yeah, that's fine. So we'll see what the gap is on the other end of the pit stops. It does seem that Max Verstappen's staying in. He's got the tyres changed, and he's back out again, even before his teammates can pull into their box, actually. And so Max Verstappen heads down towards turn number 1 for one more stint in the car. Can we be surprised at this, David? I mean, this is the 5th hour now he's been driving for this race, and it would take him to 10:15 local time, just less than 5 hours to lights out at the Grand Prix at Imola later this afternoon.
Yeah, you're right. Just about 5 hours until the Formula 1 MSC Cruisers Gran Premio delayed in Italy del Emilia-Romagna 2024. And I'm exactly, like, my thought process around this is exactly what you said out loud, which is work towards, when does this stint end in, 7 laps that are each 8 minutes. So yeah, an hour, give or take. Again, that'll also fall within my ish window. So yeah, we've already then covered off all of the things that a Grand Prix driver has to do in the hours before the race, and including all sorts of elements like personal preparation. Maybe you have to meet some sponsors, maybe you have a meeting with the supporters, you definitely have a meeting with your crew, your race engineer, talk about the things that just cover off what's maybe changed since your last meeting last night around what to expect out of race strategy and the weather. You've got driver parades, formation laps, installation laps, all of that.
It's going to rain over there today, is it? Maybe it does. Maybe
I haven't looked at that weather, to be honest. I've looked at the weather for here, where it was mostly cloudy in the morning, but we've now reduced to partly cloudy, so there's more sun out, less cloud for 23 in the air, 32 on the track, and still with a chance for the racing surface to heat up, get a little bit more slippery, eat tyres quicker.
It's not bad at all, actually, in terms of temperatures. It may rain at 5 p.m. local, but I don't think that's going to be early enough at Imola, I think, for a shower here today. Although maybe after last year, pretty thankful there's a bit of rain, to be honest with you, in that region. I don't think people will be too disappointed about the weather today in that respect, but anyway, that is over there. We're over here at the Nordschleife. Ragnar Wieshofer asking whether Verstappen brings a full sim rig to the F1 races. Now, there was a story going around. I know Arjuna mentioned this in the first hour, maybe he mentioned it in the middle too, but I was asleep. But he mentioned about the story that was in the media not so long ago about it's almost like a rumour that Max Verstappen had a full sim rig on a plane. That's not really true, but we do believe that there is one at the circuits when he's got the motorhome in Europe. Is that correct?
I think that's currently the going theory, is that European races he can bring a motorhome, and then you've got a lot more room in there. I think that the plane thing, did that come from a mistranslation of like he was taking like gaming controller and laptop and stuff with him, race to race, and so then it goes like, oh, he brings it on the plane, like he takes it to fly away, versus like it's on the plane, like he's playing it like in the back of the jet. I think there's like a slight translation, like misunderstanding there, and of course everyone's going to run with like the funniest story.
Or the most sort of heightened version of the story. I do believe, by the way, that he may have even gone further, may have even watched his teammates doing an iRacing race from there. Don't quite remember that, but I seem to remember that floating around at one stage as well. Once the driving theory had got away. He certainly has been known to watch in on his teammates before an event. I remember BMW Sim Cup race that he was watching before one of the not European races, you understand. That would have been at completely the wrong time, but elsewhere. But yeah, there you go. We've successfully debunked that story, although it's still going around with relative frequency, I've got to say.
It's good. You can't undo that kind of like a gossipy story that spreads that far. There is no amount of like actual facts and clarification that will like stop people talking about Marilyn Manson having like ribs removed. It's like, no matter how ridiculous the story, once it gets out there and gets far enough, there's no completely getting it back. And his lap times, of course, as you would expect from a driver of his immense talent and dedication and preparation, are really good right now. The in-lap compared to the cars behind him was that's 6/10 faster than second place and 4/10 faster than his teammates in third. So he's got good teammates, 3 other good teammates in this car. They've handed him back the car again in some good position, and he is not squandering that nice little 25-ish seconds lead that he got. He's keeping it, and if anything, padding it out a little bit right now.
Yeah, as he was last night actually, for a stint of 3 hours. Didn't extend that margin from roughly 10 seconds, using the roughly thing, 10 seconds-ish last night to closer to 15 over the course of a few hours. That was to BS competition. We haven't really talked about this yet in our stint, and you may have missed it if you're asleep overnight. Which of course many of you were, I would have thought. But not that long ago, actually. I say not that long ago. It was 5 hours now, which is becoming quite a long time ago. The BS competition car went for a big spin and crash at the Nurburgring. There is a clip of that floating around, by the way, if you want to go and look at it. But it was running second at the time, I think. Still, it was the closest challenger to Team Redline, and unfortunately, they eventually went round for a spin. And slightly more interestingly to me, having watched that incident here this morning, was the fact that the race-leading Porsche Cup car was right behind them and did a pretty good job not to get involved in that very same accident as well.
Yeah, touch and go moment for Sherra Esports, leading that second fastest class. As it was. Whenever we've rode on board with any of these leading GT3s, you'll see that they are quite floaty at the rear. They're very, very pointy, and it relies on the driver's smooth inputs to go quickly and stay under control. And it seems like for that corner where they don't really brake a whole lot, but they have to crack the throttle, that maybe just a little too aggressive on the throttle lift off because of the proximity of the traffic, carried maybe a little too much speed in, lost the rear, and it just couldn't catch it again. So they turned in too aggressively with too much lift off oversteer. These are the way that they're all set up to maximize the speed out of these cars does rely on the drivers to have some finesse and smoothness.
Do you think that's more prevalent this year than in previous ones? Because I personally don't remember people so on edge through the Nurburgring in years gone by. We saw this even with Vasilis Bertsiotis on I think it was the second lap of the race where he grazed the wall at that corner.
I mean, I can't speak to it. We've obviously got a lot of work going on with iRacing's GT3s of late, more of them coming along, and then with each car that they add, iRacing kind of get more data from that manufacturer, more ways to sort of, optimize and balance the already existing cars. So it's possible that, little tire updates, all the other updates, the cars do respond pace-wise to a bit more oversteer, a bit more on a knife edge than in some previous years. We're talking about that Sherra Esports Blue leading 992. Zino Lombardi has gotten into the second place car in that class, but man, they are 90 seconds away from the race lead. You don't see them finding pace to close that kind of gap. It's fingers crossed and prayers and divine intervention that could deliver a win to Altus Esports.
I think so. Speaking of podium contenders, by the way, about 8 hours ago now, we saw the Marla Racing team, who were a podium contender themselves, by the way, in GT3, hit the Avivatic car in GR86. Unfortunately, we're left with only 7 of our slowest class now, 4 of them at the race, although it's not been quite as attritional as last year, where the GR86s were... well, I've used the word decimated maybe too much to describe them in this broadcast, but it is true. The winning GR86 finished in 20th place that year, by the way. That shows you just how difficult that race was to get to the end of, because right now 20th place is being occupied by a podium sitter in GT4. It's a very, very different race in 2024. But in terms of getting to the end, we had just 3 of the GR86s. Unfortunately, I think one of them was hit in the end. And to give you the final number of those that finished, by the way, we got just 22 to the flag in 2023. We've still got nearly double that in the field. I can't even begin to describe in words how different this race has been to the 2023 edition so far. But unfortunately, it's one of those things we were expecting. GT3 on GR86 aggression, if we can call it that. And unfortunately, it has come to fruition, and more often than we'd like. But I think it was one of those things that we accepted just would happen over the course of the race.
Yeah, I've seen just a couple examples of it, particularly some of the really fast corners, because in the slow corners, okay, GT3s can do 90 k's an hour where GR86s can do 80, and then in a straight line, yeah, GT3s are doing, looking at the data here, about 275 k's an hour compared to a GR86's 215, so you've got like a 70k an hour closing distance there, but that's at the end of a straight, that's in a straight line where you can easily just, okay, you're in that lane, I'm in this lane, no worries, easy traffic when you've got a big straight line speed difference in a straight. It's the fast corners that have been difficult for the traffic, because that's where, you know, the GR86s, you know, it's single lane, and the speed difference GT3 to GR86 is big. It can be like a 50 kilometer an hour speed difference, and through parts like here, but especially I saw across floodplaats, easy for me to say, that's where some of the incidents were happening, and the risk was being taken, and it was tough, because you're kind of committed to a single train track, and you're bearing down at 50 k's an hour on a car that can't do much to pick a different lane to get out of your way.
Speaking of getting air, by the way, I don't know if you saw before night fell, Visceral Esports got a huge amount of air just before the Stefan Bella-Persson went for a humongous spin. I don't know how they got away without more damage, to be honest. They're still running 4th as it stands right now in the Porsche Cup class, so there you go. But that's another example. That wasn't it in terms of GR86 action overnight. About 3-4 hours ago now, the leaders, Forgia TV Racing, crashed out of the lead at Exmüller. That is sort of the slower section just before you get to the run to Bergberg, and then that's the long run up the hill through the gently the gentle left-hand bend is what I was searching for there, that you really need a good run for. Unfortunately, they crashed just a couple of corners before getting to that point, with 9 hours 25 minutes remaining, about 4 hours ago, as I say, and that has given the Nurburgring Esports team, who we were talking about earlier on, having crashed the lead, as they are in the lead right now. They've actually got 3 minutes over Team Morris, so it's a bigger gap than what it was in the previous moments of the race. So there you go. But always disappointing to see a class leader crash out in that respect. And now it's up to Nurburgring Esports to take this to the flag and make it home with a 3-minute margin. I still believe it's all about survival in GR86, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it always has been when you're the smallest, slowest class of 5. Not necessarily make it easy for GT4 though, as they're kind of like the middle child, looking in their mirrors for GT3s and 992s, and then catching TCRs and GR86s, trying to make their way through cleanly, but without losing too much time. So we spoke about, does Max Verstappen need to get back in the car this morning? And the answer was no. He'd done 3 stints. He'd met the minimum drive time. There was going to be no problems for the team if he didn't get back in. Obviously he has. We're all delighted for that. It's exciting for the race. It's exciting for the teammates. It makes this afternoon's Grand Prix a little bit more interesting viewing as well, potentially. But there is one other team still out there, still running, that by the looks of things, it might struggle to clear the minimum drive time of all of their drivers, and it's the Jura Esports GT4 in 4th in class. They've just gone a lap longer than their rivals, so they're up into the leader class at the moment. But Alexander Tiber, it looks like, got into the car, didn't complete a lap, and his teammates Lucas Müller, Niklas Laubisch and Tim Yarschel have driven all of the laps since. But if Tiber doesn't complete 11 laps, that car would get a disqualification for not meeting minimum drive time of every driver who got into the seat. So GT4's got some pit stops happening at the moment.
Just, I'll get back to that because I want to revisit that, but we'll just have a look at this replay here first in TCR. Marcus Law pulled off to the left-hand side before the Dunlop hairpin not so long ago, and now he's got little to no brakes. Or maybe he's just missed his braking point, but he's ended up in the gravel down there at turn 1. Let's have a look. No, he definitely has brakes, but I think he missed his braking point down there and towards turn 1. Just to revisit that it's worth mentioning here, David, that the rules are a bit different these days than what they used to be in iRacing special events. In years gone past, you could register as many people as you wanted to a car, particularly to help your iRating if you wanted to get into top split, for example, which there was a bit of that going on a few years ago. However, that's gone away now. Everybody who signed up to a car has to satisfy the fair share rule, whereas previously you couldn't take the driver out of the race entirely, and it's fine. You would only have to actually get into the car to be subject to the fair share driving rules. So that's a noted difference, but I also want to ask how you worked 11 laps. I don't think we had a confirmed number on minimum drive time.
The see, this is the difference between you and I, Ewan. The iRacing server, it gives an estimate, and so that's based on the number of factors that go into calculating the minimum drive time. It's very generous the way that fair share is calculated. It's like the total number of laps done divided by the number of drivers divided by like 4 or something. So in a 24-hour race with 4 drivers, the minimum need only be about 2 hours. And so in this case, it's estimating with the estimated lap total and 4 drivers that the minimum in GT4 is 11 laps. And yeah, if Alexander Tiber was a nominated driver before the start of the race, then he has to drive. The way it works is you nominate your drivers before the start of the race now, or declare them, as I think the iRacing terminology is, and then all of the declared drivers have to drive, and only the declared drivers can drive.
Yes, I believe that's it. By the way, I wasn't doubting your maths, but just wanted to know where you got the numbers from. It sounded about right.
It's an estimate as well here because it relies on, I think, guessing the total laps, but it's easier to calculate it and guess it now with the declared drivers than, back in the past we could get to this far into the iRacing Daytona 24 and then, a 4th driver jumps in that car and suddenly the numbers for fair share are totally different.
Yeah. As you say, it depends in iRacing on how many drivers you have. And by the way, I think the limit on drivers is still ludicrously large, isn't it?
We had this discussion earlier. Yes, it's 16. Yeah. So if you wanted 16 drivers for your 24-hour race, you could have it. I'm reliably informed in one of the other splits that there is a team with 16 drivers.
Is there?
And I don't want to get the name wrong or name a team that it isn't, but I'm pretty sure the team was called Sapphire Esports Sweet 16.
Okay, that sounds about right.
It's yeah, fair share there might be like 2 laps.
If that, maybe 1 lap. I don't know, but yeah, wow, that's quite remarkable. I mean, even Racebot TV could find a card, to be honest, without amount of drivers. Goodness me.
So you know how reading a rule book makes for great engaging television. The iRacing fair share is calculated as 1/8 of an equal share of the race distance. Now, if the race distance was 100 laps and you had 2 drivers, and an equal share would be 50 laps, a quarter of that would be 12. So 2 drivers in a 100-lap race, each driver would have to do a minimum of 12. So you can see how really generous that is, that you go, oh, right, 2 drivers, one of them can do 12 laps and the other can do 88, and that clears the bar of fair share. It is not a tough minimum drive time by any account. So yeah, that's why Alexander Team only needs 11 laps in a 4-driver lineup in a 24-hour race to meet iRacing's fair share rules.
You say that, but it does. The fact that it's based on a lot of drive time rules in real life are based on timing, and so I personally find anyway that quite easier to keep. Maybe less so at the Nurburgring because they're so long. But when we were doing Spa, it's a lot of laps around there, and the goalposts are moving around quite a lot, and when you don't have all 4 drivers, because this is probably a problem lower down in the splits, to be honest, lots of these drivers, other than Max Verstappen of course, will be available pretty much for the entire 24 hours anyway. They're just trying to work out a good way to split the 24 between themselves, even despite them all being available for all of the time. So it can be a problem lower down, I find, when you're not available for the entire time, but the goalposts are almost always moving as to where you can satisfy the drive time rules and where you can get all of the laps that you need to get in sorted. But as you say, it's not too much of a problem, really. I just hope that Alexander Tebet doesn't have any technical malfunctions, to be honest with you, and he can get into the car.
Sorry, forgive me. The discrepancy between driven laps and driven time becomes a far more significant aspect in races where it could be dry half of it and very, very wet the other half.
Yeah. And that's going to be a problem in the future, I would have thought. Maybe even by this race next year.
I mean, other endurance races, like it would have been, for example, at Sebring earlier this year as well. Yeah. Just not this particular race, but any other endurance race on iRacing with weather and fair share enabled, it's already, a factor.
Yeah. That is always the concern. Because as we all know, you complete less laps when you're in the rain, as it turns out. Then,
yeah, because you have to go slower because there's less grip.
Yes.
Welcome to
physics with
Wet Racing 101, yeah.
I was having a physics lesson last night with Dara.
The quote from like Jolyon Palmer or whatever, and it's just like a picture of Jolyon Palmer. It's like, you have to be alert on a street circuit. Yeah. And it's one of those things that, like, on face value, it sounds like a great quote, but it's so obvious to actually impart no information. I feel like that's us with, like, you have to drive slower when the road is wet.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this is not nice. Marcus Law into one of the GR86s.
Talk freak.
The Stefan Bellafest. Oh dear. That car's going to be toast, I would have thought. It was Roland Alfredson. Oh no, it wasn't. It was just ahead of him.
It was the Talk Freak. It was the Talk Freak.
Apologies.
GR86.
Apologies. Goodness me, I was about to...
Don't scare the people. All my Roland heads out there are cheering him on so hard.
Scaring myself. Dear, oh dear. Apologies for that. It was, as you say, it was not Roland.
Big dramas for both, though, because obviously the GR86 sustained some significant damage, and the TCR, while that engine went kaput. This is Joy Esports GT4. They were in 4th place before the round of pit stops. The top 3 pitted 1 lap before them. So we'll see exactly how it goes. Hey, I was just saying, here he is for his first laps. Alexander Teeb is going to make sure the Joy Esports GT4 meets iRacing's minimum drive time fair share rule, and that their result will be official.
That is a wonderful sight. Tiba has won this race before, by the way, not the GT4 edition of this, but he has won in the Porsche Cup class back in 2020 when he was driving for Redline.
On screen there goes third place through, so as we were looking from up on high, Apex Racing Team went back to the lead. Virtual Coach by Grid and Go went through into second, and Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. One of just a few cars flying the Porsche flag, the Weissach flag in GT4, went through into third, and Alexander Tiber is back into this race for the first time.
He is back into fourth, just ahead of Drago Racing by about 20 seconds. That was a bit late on the brakes, but he's okay. In towards turn number 1.
The cold tyres have been a big challenge in GT4 as well. A challenge or not, they're not quick immediately out of this pit stop. It does take a little bit before they reach their best, and that it just feels like you're kind of riding on a little bit of marshmallow initially until you get them in. But as you've pointed out, I mean, with no disrespect to the rest of the drivers, Alexander Tiber is already a race winner at this race, and he is super experienced across a whole handful of cars in endurance racing.
Would you believe, by the way, that Apex have never won any of the classes in this race? I find that hard to believe, almost, but it is true.
I mean, there's 170 Apexes around the Nurburgring Nordschleife Gesamtstrecke 24-hour layout, so you think they'd be right at home?
Yes, that's if you hit them, I suppose. Which is...
they didn't name themselves Missed Apex Esports.
That's true.
That's Apex Hunters.
That's different, yeah. But there you go. Not many of these teams actually in GT4 have, and indeed the drivers who are within them have actually won this event before. Nicholas Laubisch won GT4 for Urano, and he's part of the Dory Sports team today, isn't he? With Tina and friends. So, I think I can remember 3 of them. I'm missing one. We've got Lucas Muller, Alexander Tiber, Nicholas Laubisch, and someone else who I've forgotten. Tim Yarshin. Sorry, yeah. My memory's so poor. Yes, there we go. There's the 4.
I'm reading off a sheet here, not remembering it at all. So if I'll give you full credit for that.
Right, thanks. But I think I've been in the booth when almost all of them have been in, which is quite rare actually. So I'm quite pleased with that. But anyway. As I say, Laubisch has won this class before, Tiber has won a class before, but other than that, not many of the GT4 drivers or teams have won races before. SimRC have won TCR, of course, back when they were winning everything in TCR, really, back in 2020. Diego Pinto was driving for them, by the way. Shows you how long ago it was. He's been at Redline for quite some time now, but it's going to be difficult for them to win the race. Although, having said that, they are catching Grid and Go for second place. The gap 4.7 seconds. I think that's the closest gap we've got out on the circuit at the moment.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye across the gaps. Not quite getting to the apex Alexander Tiber wanted on those tyres that are still just a little cold, but he's looked controlled as we've been on board.
We've reportedly got a meatball flag for the Scherer Esports leading Porsche Cup car. Now, I'm hoping...
If you recall from... Some people will have watched 24-hour series esports by Krevencic at Barcelona, which is a very tire-eating circuit that right at the end of the double stints for that class of car, the 992, they were starting to get meatball flags displayed to them because of tyre wear below about 10%. So I think we've got the class leader to the end of a double stint here, and the meatball is probably just because you're not allowed to carry on that set of tyres no longer. They have reached the wear marks.
Just wondering and hoping they hadn't hit anyone, but it doesn't look like they have. It looks like we're going to have a driver change too, as I expected. Julian Raymer will get in for a couple of hours, then we'll see Will Chadwick in. And hopefully I'm still here at the time to see Will Chadwick back in the car for what will be the final time, I would have thought.
So you can
today's race.
Whisper nice things or naughty things about him.
Well, I said this to him actually when we interviewed him, that we do often take the mick just because he is a RaceSpot TV member, but he is actually a very good driver. And he did put that car on pole, on pole, which we can't forget. whether that has had much bearing on where they are at the moment, I'm not sure, but it is relatively important at this circuit to be starting on pole position, and he can take all the credit for achieving that.
Lagi 2.7.
So the car went up on the tracks, the tyres are going on, and surprise, surprise, that clears the meatball flag. A new set is all good all around for Shera Esports Blue and their new driver Julian Reimer. Not really any drama there, it's just that every now and again this car, the way it eats through the tyres on the double stints, throws up a little meatball flag.
Yeah, it's just a slightly concerning sight, to be honest, sometimes. Well, all the time, in fact, when there's a meatball flag, but there you go. The gap now down to a minute between Shera and Altus, as Shera go for their second year in a row, the second win in a row in the Porsche 992 Cup category. 2 in a row, something that has never been done before, by the way. Race clutch well, sorry, they didn't win again, did they, actually? There we go, never mind. No team has been able to do it 2 in a row, and so they could be making history today. In fact, in terms of, well, it's always difficult to know who to categorise in the same team as having won 2 at all, to be honest, because team names change and stuff, and then we've got to decide whether they really are part of the same team or what's going on. But anyway, the point still stands. Luca Alpert, by the way, the only driver of the 3 who was there last year as well. He partnered Raphael Renhofer and Fabian Hofstadter last year in an all-German lineup. Julian Reimer makes his way back out onto the circuit. We believe, David, we might have an incident out around the circuit. I'm trying to work out who for. Oh, looks like it might be one for the GR86s again, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely caught a GR86 get copper hit and go into the Armco, and I was trying to work out who it was, and it may be the 28 car of Vermilion Esports, and again I didn't see who hit them, but just enough to know that something happened there. What's the football mean? It was like
dia tak boleh selalu
he's been sent off. Has he? I don't know. That's kind of the reporting I'm feeling like I'm giving.
Kadang dekat, kadang tak dekat.
Oh dear.
Bila kat nak downstream tu jadi overshot.
Okay. Well, that's a puzzling one. And there's definite damage there. So let's have a look. This is at the highest point on the circuit. One of the Porsche Cup cars right behind comes steaming in, and Ben Faulkner ends up in the barrier. That was quite late, I would say.
Yeah, through Vimperman, and significant damage sustained to that Toyota GR86. From that, Ryan is up in 6th gear and revving out the beautiful Porsche Flat 6. One of the better sounding cars, no doubt. Tell you where they're good is a street circuit. So Super Cup at Monaco or Porsche Carrera Cup Australia at Surface Paradise. Those beautiful, like, pinging downshifts echoing off a couple of apartment buildings is so good.
I don't think I've actually heard one of these cars in real life before at all. Never mind on the street circuit.
You'd know if you had.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, I haven't. So there we go. Yeah, it's feels a bit unbelievable to be honest, because they support almost every race series in the world. But I must have done actually at British Touring Cars. They support those, so I must have done at some point. Because
that doesn't go to many street circuits, does it?
No, that's true. We don't really have street circuits in England anymore. No,
I've seen your streets. They're probably not up to the task.
Can't deal with normal traffic. Never mind. The roads just get tuned up. I can't imagine what race cars would do to them. Goodness me.
It's the downshifts on these cars as well that I mean, I'm not sure iRacing's quite got it, because the automatic blipping on the downshift to perfectly seamlessly rev match. It's such a high revving engine that when you pull for a downshift, it needs a big blip to get the engine RPM up to match the next gear. So sort of like automatically blips 5,000 to 7,000 RPM on each sort of downshift there, and it's a very significant blip on account of that.
It's an iconic noise, there's no doubt about that. We've had that engine or variation of it in iRacing for quite some time now. I think it's the second generation of proper cup car that we've had in iRacing. very much the faster version than what we used to have when it was first introduced. Satomuto makes his way back out onto the circuit again. A decidedly less good sounding engine, this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, no one's racing one in the Australian GT Championship, so I don't think I've actually... No, of course I've heard one at the Bathurst 12-hour.
Yes.
Yeah, so... It's a little more subdued, but it's not bad. Some people get themselves a little too worked up about the engine configurations. Like there are people who think, you know, Ferrari are a lost cause because the 296 that's replaced the 488 has a turbocharged V6 instead of a turbocharged V8, and it's like you just think you've had something taken away from you, but you haven't, because a turbocharged V6 is a great engine, especially when it's 120 degree V6. 120 degree V6 is as close to a Porsche flat 6 as it is to a Toyota's 60 degree V6. It's 120 degree V6 is dangerously close to being a flat 6 as well, and no one complains about those in a Porsche.
No, exactly. It kind of feels to me as if the days of finding the biggest engine you can possibly build and just sticking it in the back doesn't really constitute race car building anymore. Really, the days of the huge Corvette, was it the C8 that had that absolutely huge front end to fit an 18-litre engine? Not 18, but you get the point. A very big engine in the front and a very good sound, I'll admit, but kind of feels like that's not really... Was it C7? I don't know. But it kind of feels like that's not really the way to go anymore with GT3 racing and GT racing, especially. I mean, even NASCARs have got not quite the same... how do I say? Not quite the same size of engine, I suppose, in that sense. It's
the
quite
package, engine package that they run is a little bit less on some of the intermediate ovals than I guess years gone by that people like or remembered fondly. And I don't know exactly how much horsepower on average they've got for the road courses, but certainly I think some of the 1.5 mile ovals, they used to have a lot of horsepower and you really had to drive the 1.5 miles, whereas then with less horsepower the racing is less, whoa, you've got to manage the throttle through all of these corners and manage the tyre life, and a little bit more, it's mini Daytona 500 where we're keeping it flat and we're just playing tactics and slipstreaming and draft buddies.
Yeah, I can't say I've been enjoying draft tracks on mile and a half, I've got to be honest. I would very much like to keep it at Daytona and Talladega and that's it, but there we go, that's not the way it's been going. Unfortunately, Atlanta Motor Speedway has kind of been ruined now. It's kind of no going back, is there really? Which is a shame. I know it had a great finish this year and whatever, and that's all fine, but like, I'd rather not see mile and a half racing as plate racing, if you want to put it like that. It just doesn't quite sit right with me. And
see, maybe NASCAR want every oval to be a
exactly.
500, whereas IndyCar are shortly going to have no ovals but Indianapolis.
Yeah, that kind of annoys me as well.
It's not quite true, but it's an exaggeration. No. But you can't accuse IndyCar of, diluting what makes the 500 their 500 great, because they are not doing any racing that looks like that anywhere else. Some shorter ovals, which is pretty exciting racing in IndyCar if you ask me, but as years goes by, the Indy 500 looks more and more of a standout uniqueness in their calendar.
Well, this is the thing. Is it going to become one of those races that actually isn't part of the championship anymore? And it will still be IndyCars, but will it be part of the IndyCar series in the future?
Didn't it used to be double points and now it's not? So that takes it even...
There you go.
berapa jam?
It's hard to say. Does
6,
double
7,
points
8,
make it
4 jam
more?
lebih lagi.
It is, I guess, more of an attempt to integrate it into the championship, because now suddenly a good results at Indianapolis and you're sitting very nicely in the championship and kind of incentivized to continue when you were previously kind of a 500 only package, mayhaps.
I think it's a good idea to double points the Indy 500. To be honest with you, I would back that. Because
I think at the end of it's like a month later where you go, oh, this guy's leading the championship because of that good Indy 500 result. And while practice and qualifying and the Indianapolis 500 and then the Indianapolis 500 victory tour is going on, no one cares about the points. They just care who won this running of the Indianapolis 500. So it's only sort of when you're significantly removed from it that anyone even thinks about the points for the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, I agree. And it's not like the WEC either, where winning Le Mans at one stage used to win you the championship effectively. Back some time ago. That seems to have changed a little bit more now. Now that we've got 2 races with a few more points as well, that effect is slightly diminished now.
For a couple of years there, Toyota were very good at winning the World Championship but not winning Le Mans.
Yes, true.
And very clearly demonstrating that in that era, as in now, you would trade the World Championship for the Le Mans win. But now I think the championship holds it's a less imbalanced dynamic now than it was then. I think with the number of manufacturers, how involved they are, how awesome all the other races of the World Championship are becoming. Yeah, you want to win those, and any manufacturer would stand up and down about being the world champion now.
Yeah, absolutely, and with its growing popularity as well, that adds a bit of prestige to it too in sports car racing, which is not just happening in
when do you think driver on screen
aku dah buka VR
semua,
ready
makes a Le Mans start?
Power.
Next year? Is it 10 years? Is it never?
Power.
I think Le Mans is more difficult personally. I think I can see him more in a GT3 somewhere, to be honest with you. I can see him on the start line at Spa in the next 5 years, that's for sure. Or Nurburgring, maybe here in real life.
I mean, outside of Grand Prix racing, we'll definitely see Max show an interest in GT sports cars more than prototype sports cars, I guess. Hey, him and Valentino Rossi could pair up.
Imagine the amount of combined viewers that will bring in from different places would be unbelievable. But there you go. As I say, sports car racing is getting more viewers than ever anyway. Current era, and I think some credit for that does have to go to Max Verstappen, to be honest, for bringing his audience over. We'll continue this discussion, by the way, while the battle for second place continues on, although Corentin Greenet has just gotten through on Sven Hasse and he's up to second place for Team Certified Bernard by Simar C. So that's a pass in GT4 for the podium places. But yeah, Vince Cusi chimes in, by the way, saying, agreeing with you actually, that with the WEC being more competitive than ever, the World Championship becomes more valuable, and I do find it difficult to disagree, although Le Mans is in not diminishing the value of Le Mans at the same time.
Like in 1960, you probably would have rather won the Monaco Grand Prix than won the FIA Drivers' World Championship, but now the power of hindsight and the continuity of the World Drivers' Championship into Formula One, and then the impact that the World Championship has had as it's grown in its reach around the world and number of rounds and number of viewers. Now, I don't think there's anyone you'd say, hey, this year you can only have one. Would you rather win Monaco or the World Championship? You are taking the Formula One World Championship.
Yes, I agree, but as I say, that's a little bit hindsight stuff, isn't it? Which is fair enough. It is normal, I suppose. But there you go. Just to get back to the Le Mans discussion, to me, it somewhat feels like Toyota's obviously won 5 years in a row, and that is always a record. Does it feel to you as if they've kind of never won it because those years were pretty, just say dark years for the WEC, but they weren't great years in terms of the excitement, especially compared to what we had in LMP1, which is an era that will never come back, unfortunately, as good as it was. And today's era of lots of different manufacturers battling for the overall win, more than ever almost, well not ever, but more than more than in my lifetime, that's for sure.
If there's one thing LMP1H wasn't efficient with, it was money.
So,
that's kind of why they ended up with one manufacturer left. Is like, oh, hey, how many manufacturers are there willing to set $300 million a year on fire for one race in a world championship where no one cares about any of the other races? The answer was one. We very quickly determined that the number of manufacturers willing to continue to spend at that level was one. I don't begrudge Toyota their Le Mans wins across that era, by the way. I think, they were there for a while, they stuck it out, they got better year on year, they never quite, looked like they had Audi or Porsche luck and that at Le Mans, and of course there were many years where Audi and Porsche were running the third cars at Le Mans, and Toyota never did that. And that's a sort of, I doubt your commitment to sparkle motion sort of moment where you go, yeah, okay, Toyota care a little more about the World Championship than Le Mans compared to the other manufacturers who are, chasing Le Mans. But they stuck with it at quite an expensive time when others called it quits, so I think they deserved those wins.
Yeah, fair enough. I just feel like that they kind of need to seal one more with the current level of competition, and that would really stand in my mind anyways.
Yeah, and you do it with a lot more ideas next year than in 2019 and years gone by.
Saying that, they almost got more publicity for losing in 2016. Or was it 17? 16? 16, I think. Whenever they broke down the final lap. I'm sure someone else will remember. But 2016, I think it was, they almost got more publicity than the winners. They did dominate that race pretty much. But the beauty of 24-hour racing, or the heartbreak indeed on that occasion of 24-hour racing, was never more clear than in that year.
Can I wind the clock back and say, I said about Corentin Guinée like an hour ago that hunting the race leader isn't out of the picture, and well, he hunted third from Dora Esports, and he's hunted second from Grid and Go, and last lap he was 2 seconds quicker than Peter Berryman, class leader in the Apex Racing team. So I think we're on here for GT4 across the next 4 hours 45 minutes. You've got a very fired up Porsche from Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC in conditions that maybe look like they're heading towards favouring the Porsche because he's surrounded by BMWs at the front of this class.
Yeah, I agree. I think this gap's going to continue to come down.
Alright,
the problem in my mind in that respect is that 2 seconds a lap is okay, but that is still quite a lot of laps from this. That will still be 10 laps from now, which is well over an hour.
Tak apa, ada repair sikit. Ada repair baru lah. Ada damage.
To the checkered flag, so I don't know, that sounds like enough time to me.
Ada minit 2
I think we're presuming that gap's going to continue to come down at that rate. I think Salva Talent, when he was in the Apex car, was maybe a little bit quicker.
Steady. Asal sampai destinasi, sampai balik kampung.
Because he is so quick.
Aku punya downforce problem. Tak mau downforce.
Not quite.
Apa? Dekat Rick.
Dekat pedal kiri.
I mean, Caramel's decent. Adam Isaacson's pretty close to his level, I'd have thought. And Adam Isaacson's the remaining driver who's driven the least laps.
Apa sepanjang stint tu tak boleh?
I get the point that things will change in terms of weather, in terms of the driver lineup across this car and the car that they're chasing, but I mean, consistently over the last 3-4 hours, they've had just a little bit of pace advantage.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I'm telling you, like, It took them an hour. They hunted third. It took them 2 hours. They hunted second. Let's go. Feel the hype.
I'm just trying to rewind to that point so I can see for myself. Yeah, they were quite a long way back. I just rewinded to about 2 hours ago in the race. They were 33 seconds off the lead then. They're only 19 now. So, yeah, you're right. That is coming down.
Optional tinggal 20%.
I just always worry about these things continuing on, if you like, forever, because...
I'm extrapolating across like 4 hours of pace and not one lap, you know. I need you to believe.
Okay. I think you believe more than them. But
I've always been one to believe the hype.
Well, I'm willing to jump on board with it because I would love nothing more than a final couple of hours battle for any of these classes, to be honest with you. It's looking pretty tricky overall for us to see a repeat of a finish that we got. I'm going to try and work out what year it was before I leave this morning. But there was one year in the mid-2010s in this event, the first or second edition or third, it was early on, where there was a last lap pass or a penultimate lap pass for the overall win. It was very close and it was very exciting. I'm hoping for somewhat a repeat of that here today in just one of the classes would be nice, because yeah, it'd just be very exciting. So look forward to that. I'll try and do some digging in the meantime to work out who that was. But in the meantime,
They confirm tak ada hujan kan?
Continue to try and close. Contaguine closed in a little bit further. Sven Haas is staying with him though.
Cloudy.
Again, the lap times are relatively close, and once you're in that slipstream zone, you can stay there for a little bit. We made note of the car that's fourth place in this class and how Alexander Tiber got in for his first stint and is going towards the minimum laps for the fair share. There's a few other cars actually in the same boat. So Tier 1 Motorsports, Andre De Silva has just gotten in for his first laps of the race, more than 18 hours into the race in that number 11 car in GR86. And then
second lap 850
hasn't driven in TCR.
Okay.
Saya selamat.
To be fair, I didn't realise we were quite...
tak boleh downshift tu memang problem besar tu.
Gila, dah masuk corner ni.
Daniel Herrera is a nominated driver and hasn't driven yet, while Michael Polasek, Gail Valero and Patrick Hingston
ada steering lain tak?
counting retired cars here as well, by the way. Only ones that are on track right now and having minimum drive time. So Tier 1 Tour
Last lap tadi dia baru dapat 91.
And Visceral Esports 96 from the Porsche 992 class, where Vince Peters, it looks like, hasn't driven yet, while Ollie Peacock, Leon Rudinger and Matteo Kunze has.
Surprised about that. I would have thought Vince Peters would be doing a lot of driving for this race, but maybe not. He's got to do some. But...
yeah, I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, they're nominated drivers that haven't driven, not... second place in 992 has gone backwards into the Armco. Not, spotters that are attached to the car but not drivers.
Okay, we'll get back to that discussion because Dino Lombardi may well be seeing second place under threat before long. If indeed that is the case. He just seemed to be losing time at a rate for Otis. There he is. He's back going again. He's got an awkward moment now with a GR86 up towards her right there.
Now the car went backwards into the Armco straight on, so it will be damage to the rear bumper. This is it.
Oh, that's hard on the brakes and a pretty big hit on the wall, actually. Well, I'm somewhat surprised he'll get away with that just after Klostertal, and he's got that all wrong on the brakes, I'm afraid, just before the carousel. Now, has that given him much damage, and how is that affecting him? Well, he's not...
Well, I'll tell you what it hasn't done. has given the 43 a meatball flag, so no meatball for that. I don't just say that because it's an Italian Dino Lombardi driving.
Okay.
It's a racing technical term.
Meatball's Italian?
They can be.
Well, yeah. Any food can be from anywhere, I suppose. Depends where you cook it. But,
like, is pasta Italian? Well, some of it definitely is. I'm not saying all of it is, or all of it's authentic, but some of it definitely is.
Not least because there's some behind me right now. Anyway, that's a separate discussion. How far away
Aku takut PC aku crash lah. So, siapa-siapa tolong standby lah.
He's about halfway through.
InsyaAllah, okay.
Stint. They're not a million miles away from a stop, but probably further away than he'd really like to be, if indeed there is any damage there. The gap, by the way, has got out to 1 minute 4.5 seconds. I think he'll continue, to be honest. He kind of needs to, because I think the 992 cars will be trying to go to the end on 4 more stops, including the one that's coming up right now.
Straight line speed still seems okay. Lombardi's doing 170 kilometers an hour right now, which is about what I'd expect. So if he's missing kilometers an hour, he's only missing 3 or 4. He's not missing 20. But there is no way. I mean, we saw that. He locked up, spun, and would have gone into the wall over 100 k's an hour. It was pretty quick, pretty violent, to be honest. He is lucky that it was square on with the rear and not something that punched any of the tyres out of shape, any of the suspension bits out of line.
Well, he'll continue on, but Max Verstappen won't be at the end of this lap, by the way. He's started his in-lap now, so we'll be enjoying the 3-time Formula 1 World Champion for what is likely to be the final time in this race. It is 10:15 over in Central Europe at the moment. Sure, I mean, we're talking about this as if it's definitely going to happen. Surely this time, with less than 5 hours to go until lights out here this afternoon, he will be stepping out that car for the final time now with 4.5 hours to go.
Well, that's why it's worth looking, so we find out when you find out. But certainly this is the end of the fuel tank on this run. He's been in the car for about 2 hours now. He's already made 1 fuel and tyre stop, and the car will come in. Whether Max Verstappen stays with it is a question. And again, I mean, you and I were not 100% expecting him this morning, but we got him nonetheless. So any amount of Max Verstappen, I guess, is a little bit of a nice Sunday treat.
I honestly thought he was done for the day last night. I really did. But
and the other drivers in the car, of course. So at the end of this, Verstappen will have driven 35 laps of the race. Chris Lawson has done 35. Sergio Pinto has done 44, and Florian Lebigra has done 28. So I don't know if that suggests we're likely to see Lebigra again, or if we've got going to have more Pinto or Lolland if Max Verstappen steps aside at this pit stop.
I'd be shocked if he did. Or didn't, excuse me, but there we go. We'll see. He did a triple stint last night.
I'm ready to be both shocked and flabbergasted. So I guess that would make me slightly less shocked if I was ready for it.
Bit awkward pit entry as he has to drive through 2 people to get into the box. Up on the jacks. And he gets out. So that is the end of Max Verstappen in the iRacing Nurburgring 24 hours. And Florian Lebigra takes over to resume in the lead for BMW Team Redline, who have led for some time now in this race. It was Williams Esports who took the lead early on, of course, but after a crash between themselves and Apex, who eventually got involved in the leading battle as well, just 3 hours into the race, Redline were able to take over the lead, and for the vast majority of the next 17 hours, they have been heading the way. Florian Lebigra leaves the pit lane, and with 4.5 hours still remaining, will resume in a slightly bigger lead than what he experienced before Max Verstappen got into that car.
Yeah, there we go. So fun little Sunday morning warm-up for Max Verstappen as he keeps BMW M Team Redline in the lead of the iRacing Nurburgring 24 Hour for 2024. There's also some driver changes for some of the cars behind. So I think Johnny Vecchio gets into the Redline 21 and Ryan Barneveld takes the Marla Racing team car.
Johnny Vecchio getting ready to resume. There he goes. Back out onto the circuit again. A little bit closer to Marla Racing Team actually than previously. The gap now over half a minute for the lead, and then just over 10 for second. So there you go. There's Ryan Barneveld making his way around the circuit again. PS Competition, of course, won this race back in 2020. Wasn't part of that team then. Never won this race as an individual. Even if BS Competition had. Now, I wanted to ask you this actually. I wanted to ask someone this, and I'll bring it up now. BS Competition won this race in 2020. Team BMW Bank won this race in 2022. Are we counting those as the same team?
This is very much an Arjuna question.
Yes.
I don't know. Whoever the crew was, I think that's who it goes to. Like Alpine still call themselves like multiple times world champions as they've inherited Tolman, Benetton, Renault, Lotus, Renault again's history, and it is a continuous unbroken line of that team and that organisation, regardless of the name or the changes of personnel over the years. It's an unbroken continuation.
Okay, I'll ask Arjuna. I just wonder what we're going to
ask your mother energy.
Yeah, I don't know if what happens if Marla Racing Team win as well. That's 3 different variations of the team in 5 years. So there you go. But anyway, maybe we won't have to cross that bridge. By the way, you're talking about the driver lineup. None of the 3 drivers who won in 2020 were repeated in the 4 that won in 2022. So there's an entirely new lineup that year. Both of the additions included real-world drivers. Lauren Heinrich and Philipp Eng were alongside Alexander Voss in 2020. And Bruno Spengler accompanied Vassilis Belatziotis, who was at BMW Bank at the time, with Phil Denez and Kai Kashube, as he took his 3rd Nürburgring 24-hour win back in 2022. So that's also quite rare as a team to have no repeat drivers.
Very, very interesting in that way. So we've had our top 3 pit from GT3, and means it's now the in-laps for 4th, 5th and 6th place, who are multiple minutes, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes behind the leader.
They haven't had an instant to throw them off strategy, but they just are that far behind, I think, at this point. I say that far behind, like I'd be closer, but you get the point. It is difficult, isn't it, when there's such a small selection of GT3 entries into the 24-hour race. This is the sort of limitation that we've got. We need to have things running smoothly, of course, and need to have 5 classes as well for a real proper Nürburgring experience. And it does still feel like that in the morning, actually, as opposed to last year, which did feel pretty spread apart, really. But in that sense, the GT3 field is a little bit smaller, but I guess the upside is that we've got the absolute best of the best here. Fortunately, Apex are out of the race. Williams are out of contention, even if one of their cars is still going. Coanda have been out of contention for some time as well. Both of those 2 teams are a lap down. Dory Sports Falcon Sim Racing Team also here, some of the best GT3 teams, and then you've got the BS Competition and Redline cars who are at the front of the field. It's a little bit of an odd race in that respect, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still relatively close. At just over half a minute the gap, but I think the other teams are now hoping for an issue for the race-leading Redline car in these final 4.5 hours, rather than truly believing they can catch the leader on speed.
You know who does believe they can catch the leader on speed? That's right, I'm beginning to form perhaps not a religion or a cult, maybe just a movement, a people's movement for second place in GT4. Corentin Guinea taking a little more out of the race leader. This is fourth place coming into the lane, like we said. Others following in around this GT3 cycle. It's the highest running Audi from Falcon Sim Racing. Jonas Rutten drove it in, and Jesse Jones takes it out like a library book.
Yes. I can't remember last time we took a library book out, to be honest with you.
It's a very loud 5.2 litre V10 library book.
Yes. I don't think they'd appreciate that really in the library. There you go.
No.
That's a separate problem. There is the Corentin Guinea's Porsche Cayman. 2.3 seconds last time round. Although you mentioned that a while ago, they're still not finished another lap. Just the length of the lap round here. 15 seconds now, the rough gap, by the way. I think it's worth noting as well, actually, that their pit stop was 6.3 seconds shorter, or their lane time, I should say. More specific, was 6.3 seconds shorter than the race leaders that time round. I can't really think what they would have done to have shortened the pit stop time, actually, in GT4. They changed tyres and fuel at the same time.
So a man walks into a library and he goes up to the desk and he says, "Can I get a large Big Mac meal with Sprite?" And the librarian says, "Excuse me, this is a library." And the man says, "Oh, sorry, can I get a large Big Mac meal with a Sprite?"
It didn't make me laugh, but it's a good joke.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm wasting all of our time, but there's 24 hours of time to fill in a 24-hour race as we sort of just wait for the simmering battles and for the sun slowly rising in the sky to continue to heat up the racetrack to 39 degrees Celsius. So I think throughout the night, cars that are a little oversteery are going to work well on a really grippy track, but as we heat up now, cars that were maybe a little pushy, a little understeery are just getting into their element. So if you made some of those setup decisions that you have to make at the start of the race and then live with, like, roll bar stiffness and some of that other stuff, you might have been a little uncomfortable through the night and just now hitting your element.
More dad jokes are available or welcome indeed in the YouTube chat if you want to give it a go. Although, be careful, please. I don't think Vince Cusi enjoyed your joke, by the way, David, very much. He's not impressed, seemingly.
Yeah, it's because I didn't order his favourite food, but that's fine.
Other brands are available. Did you say the brand? Or
I said the name of the meal, but I didn't say the name of a restaurant.
It doesn't matter anyway, we're not the BBC. So.
It is a trademarked, name for a type of,
Yes.
Basically a club sandwich or a hamburger, let's be honest with ourselves.
I don't have them, to be honest with you. Not my preferred meal from that particular restaurant, if I'm honest with you, but there we go.
I like fried chicken, no matter where it comes from.
Okay. Have you seen
second and third, but the gap from second to the lead in GT4 is certainly going to be interesting.
Who's that in the pit lane? BS they're out of whack, aren't they, with cycles?
Yeah, they've just done 8 laps though, so they've started to reach some kind of fuel extending here. And if the prediction is correct on 32 more laps from here to the finish, that is a multiple of 8. BMW M Team BS competition might have one less stop than some of the others if they can hit 8 laps of fuel every stint.
There comes Guineas into the pit lane. Can I disagree with the amount of laps that we think are going to be left? I think it'll be more than that.
Don't disagree with my logic, but you can disagree with the prediction of the laps remaining.
I think there's 33 in this race, personally, but maybe more, because...
I think if there's 32, BS competition are going to look very, very clever.
Maybe.
This is a 1-lap early stop for Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. Corentin Guinea gets out and Marvin Strell gets in. Big call here. Yeah, not necessarily a call, but a big moment for can they continue their momentum towards the race lead.
Are you a little bit concerned that the guys that are left out there at the moment, especially Door Esports actually, who are going one lap even further than Apex are going, and Grid and Go as well. Are you not concerned that those cars are going to make it to the end of the race without a splash and dash that seemingly Team SimRC are going to need, looking at this at the moment?
Well, if Team 75 Bernard by SimRC go down 2 more laps to the outright leader in the next 4.5 hours, I think they're good.
I do realise, by the way, I'm very much putting non-belief into your belief at the moment. I'm not meaning to, but
all you're doing is solidifying my faith.
It's probably a good idea, really. It's so there we go. One of us are going to be right by the end of the day, and we'll just wait to find out. I think it was one of the first things you said actually at the start of this.
Big dramas for the 89 actually.
Is there?
They're still there. It's 2 minutes now to this stop as Phil Dinez gets in. The 89 has a black flag, potentially for unsafe pit entry or speeding on pit lane, and so just as we said, hey, they've got 8 laps, they've put themselves in a good fuel position. There is a penalty on this number 89 car. Hopefully we can get to the bottom of what or why, but it is going to hurt this car.
I think you're onto something with the fuel. While I do disagree with the amount of laps that are remaining, all that seems insignificant.
Something
now
becomes relevant, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I argued so strongly for my point.
I also don't really know how they got to that position, to be honest, because I could have sworn they were running about 8th, 7th. But anyway.
Did they shortcut the... They must have missed the pit lane, taken the GP circuit, and then shortcut around to the pit entry, which of course would give you a massive, massive black flag and shoot them up the timing. Yeah, they must have, after 7 laps, missed pit lane, taken the GP circuit, and then shortcut.
It took us a long time to get the bottom of that, didn't it?
Well, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm going to rewind if I've got replay of it. But
okay.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's the explanation we're looking for here. Because that was quite sudden, the way they ended up in second there, I've got to be honest. And going 8 laps would be a stretch in GT3, would be remarkable, really. I don't know if we've seen anyone do it. Maybe someone has at some point, but it's not been the common occurrence by any means. And I agree, they have missed the pit entry, gone round the Grand Prix circuit and come back in again. Now, let's have a look and listen to this.
So they will have gone past the pit lane after 7 laps of the Gesamtstrecke. And it's dead stick, isn't it? It's quieter than a Big Mac in a library.
Oh, they're spluttering in, yeah.
So they were nowhere near making 8 laps on fuel. They've had a big mistake and not pitted when they needed to.
No, absolutely. So that has fooled us entirely. Fooled us into thinking BS Competition has a chance at winning at some point, but...
I don't know what the penalty is for taking that cut. I've got to imagine it's like a 15-minute hold.
It is long.
It's got to be a longer hold than taking and driving the whole Nordschleife.
Yeah, which is about 6.5 minutes. Yeah. So it'd be at least 6.5 minutes, you would have thought. So they are actually credited with that lap, are they? They're just given a very big penalty.
Yeah, and given a penalty to hold them to make up for it, I think.
Yeah, I was under the assumption that's how it worked too. So unfortunately...
it hasn't, like, disqualified them and booted them. It's the same kind of penalty, like a stop and hold number, like if you were speeding on pit entry, which is, I guess, what I initially hypothesized before we unraveled this string.
Yeah. Let's look at the grid markings. That's good. Sorry, I should say that really. But there we go. Let's throw in the big leading the way. He'll have no particular worries about BS Competition. By the way, if you're wondering why they were so far down anyway at BS Competition, they had a spin and a crash at the Mook curve with about what was it? About 6.5 hours ago now, and the 992 leading share at Esports Porsche was right up behind them. I was trying to work out with Vince whether that was a distraction for them, whether there was actually contact. There wasn't contact, but there was in my mind anyway, a little bit of a distraction there for Raymond Talvar, who was the one at the wheel at the time. They went around and crashed, and unfortunately that's put them a long way back. It's also given us this slightly bigger lead for Team Redline. Now 38 seconds at the front. I think that's one of the big stories from our hour and 40 or so here, David, is the fact that the race leading gap now is one where you're not really expecting this to come down on pure pace from this distance out.
No, it's looking good. BMW and Team Redline at the moment, again, just slowly extending their lead. Unfortunately, I guess, is that battle for second doesn't have their teammates, the Redline 21, quite as all over mile the racing team as they had been, at about the halfway point of the race and thereafter, because I think the only thing better than, a big iRacing special event win in the top split with the highest ranked drivers, with Max Verstappen in your team, is if you could make it a nice little Redline 1-2. Of course, that was their goal. And one team really delivering, the other one still in for a podium, but could do more.
Yes, they're separated at the moment by 13 seconds, Mile Racing Team and Team Redline, so that might be something to watch out for over the course of the remaining 4 hours and 18 minutes, which we still have here on the Nurburgring. Coming towards the end of another lap in GT4, where the Apex Racing Team and Virtue Coach GG by Grid and Go will both be into the pit lane. I'm trying to work out, and I can't do it for the life of me, whether this will be 4 stops to go or whether they're going to need a splash of fuel at the end of the race for a 5th stop. Because if they do, Door Esports are right in the money, because I personally believe that Door Esports are going to make it on 4 more stops, including the one that they're about to do. Not this lap, but the next time round.
Yeah, so we've ended up with a bit of a split of GT4 strategy, haven't we? There were 3 cars on the same stop number, and then Door going 1 lap longer. Then Team 75 have come 1 lap early, taken a slightly short fill because of it. So they weren't short on fuel from the previous stop. They came in to put Marvin Strell in the car with a whole lap of fuel still in their Porsche, but they came in early for new tyres and that driver swap. 1 lap ahead of this, your class leader.
Yeah. So there is Peter Berryman into the pit lane. Not a car we normally see Apex Racing Team driving, by the way, but Peter Berryman does like quite a wide selection of cars on iRacing to drive, to be honest. And is very good in a lot of them too. Up on the jacks he goes. I think he's only done 1 stint in the car, hasn't he? So he will go on further. Just wonder what's going to happen at the next stop, and whether someone's going to get in for the final 3, or what they're going to do to split that one up. Sven Haase also pulls into his box. And up on the jacks, the 2 BMWs, and the Door Esports car driven by Alexander Tebert should go past them both. I don't know if you are aware of this, by the way, David, but I'm not entirely sure how they've got that extra lap over the rest.
Yeah, they
get to the bottom of how.
They had it ages ago, so they're still doing 7-lap stints compared to their rival 7-lap stints, but they just did 8 maybe off the start of the race or something. They just ended up 1 further along, and that's where they've stayed. Update on that BS plus penalty is they're still been sat there for 10 minutes, but they haven't abandoned the car, they haven't parked the car, and the black flag hasn't cleared yet. So yeah, man oh man, I'm not sure anywhere else on iRacing you could see a longer stop and hold than cutting the Nordschleifer.
Yeah. I mean, is there a big one? Probably not.
I mean, you don't normally you see like, oh yeah, drive-through penalty or 40-second stop and hold and other stuff like that. But there's very few penalties in between a 40-second stop and hold and a straight disqualification, which they don't have. It's a stop and hold penalty, but mamma mia, it's minutes.
It is. The only thing that would set you in pit lane for longer, I suppose, is is damage, really. But
damage is a penalty, but it's not a penalty.
Yeah, and it sometimes forces you to stay in pit lane for longer than that too. The reason I bring that up, just seen Talk Freak Racing back out on the circuit again. It wasn't where they'd actually returned since a 13-minute stop a few moments ago. And the car that hit them is also back out there again. The Whiskings Racing car, now being driven by Harry Fox, only a few minutes ahead of the GR86 leader, despite, get this, 49-minute pit stop that they've had to take on to repair the car. I mean, their engine was gone, I suppose, so it's not a surprise.
That's a quick engine change, I guess, because it was gone, like it popped, and it was no more in that incident. Too heavy front contact, the magic smoke got out. That's a whole new engine. So they managed to get one. So I'm sure a lot of the excitement from our viewers and from the general world is, how is Max Verstappen's team going? How is our solo driver going? But from a competitive standpoint, I think GT4 is the one that has me asking the most questions and, waiting to see how it can all play out. A lot of good teams on some slightly different strategies. What sound does it make when the accordion squeezes back together in the final stint?
One of those questions you've been forced to ask is whether I believe or not. That's a separate issue. Oh, that's tight, and into the wall! Sven Haase into the wall in the Grid and Go BMW. It's the outlet for this car that was running for a lot of this race in second position. But out on the Hatzenbach, Sven Haase has collided head-on into the wall after trying to pass the Obsidian Racing TCR. And that is going to set them possibly off of a podium place at the Nurburgring 24 Hours.
Just as I said, what is happening in GT4 in this final hour? Suddenly, this looks like it could be taking one of the competitors out of the question. Full stop. It was the outlet, wasn't it? Cold tyres in GT4. At least for the first half of the lap, we've seen them be a challenge, and then to try to pass a TCR car. At that part of the lap, the combined factors of off the racing line, perhaps a tiny bit of door-to-door contact, tyres not where you would want them, and it looked a big impact. These GT4 cars, they are tanks, but they are not bulletproof. Although I suppose tanks probably are bulletproof. They're more worried about larger munitions, but the car seems to be still going. It doesn't seem to have lost a great deal of speed, but that is way, way from ideal. There is no meatball flag on this car. If they feel they can continue, they may continue.
What a great race we've seen in GT4. So much drama, and that is just another chapter in this incredible story that is being written in front of our eyes.
No, I take it back. There is a meatball flag, so that will necessitate a pit stop for virtualcoach.gg by Grid and Go. And Sven Haase. Here's the other look.
There we go, outside of Hatzenbach. Is there contact there, or does he just lose it? I can't quite see from up here. But I couldn't see from on the floor either.
And it's from going around the outside. So...
tells the story. I mean...
I hate to see that from a competitive standpoint. Just as I was saying, we've got a four-way fight going on here. And I'm sure that this team would have thought Sven Haase is a great driver to keep us in the podium fight and not let us get scrubbed out of the race win fight. But I think they're scrubbed out of the podium fight now.
You mentioned the cold tyres thing, and surely that was at play there as well. But don't you think that going around the outside onto the Hatzenbach like that is not a good idea anyway?
I mean, it's not what I would have done, but a lot of what these drivers can do is not what I can do. So it's easy for me to say I wouldn't have done that, but I also wouldn't have won the class. So, yeah, it does seem a slightly risky thing to have done.
it's a good point you made, though, to be fair. We'd be long gone in this race if we were participating, so there we go. That's a fair point. 4th place for the moment. They will drop to 5th as a result of this meatball. I think even a drive-through could set them quite close to being dropped down in 5th place. Aaron Braxquez is less than half a minute behind them at the moment, but this is the
drama. They did win 2nd split in 2019, though, so can I get that credit?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I wouldn't be able to manage that, that's for sure. Yeah, fair enough. But yes, I'd say less than half a minute back to 5th place. He'll be in this lap, Sven Haase. Quite kind of interesting to see how long the repair's going to be. He's got 2 minutes and a half back to 6th place, and I guess the next question is, will he retain even a top 5? I'm not really sure how heavy the damage repair is going to be, because I thought Nurburgring Esports, for example, were going to have a humongous repair in it when they were hit at Kesselchen, but they were in for about 3 minutes.
BMW and Team BS Competition have gone back out on circuit after being held for 14 minutes and 44 seconds.
There's Nobby Kiss trying to continue the run, by the way, of race winners who also drive in real life that stretches all the way back to 2020. It doesn't look like that car is going to be continuing that run on. It's very much left to Max Verstappen and to an extent Will Chadwick, who does some real life racing, but I was deciding earlier whether to count him as a real life racer or not. I've still not decided, actually.
Okay, 4 hours, 8 minutes to settle the jury and get all in agreement in the affirmative or the negative.
Kind of hoping that a more prominent real-life driver wins, so that I don't have to have that discussion with myself. But there we go. Anyway, it's quite a remarkable record, really, when you think about it. Not any of the other 24-hour iRacing endurance races can boast that in the top split, as far as I'm aware. Not a record that stretches back to 2020. Although I think Max Verstappen did win this at the Spa 24 hours back in about 2019, didn't he? So it is something that's been going on for a little while. Have I got that wrong? Was it Daytona? Can't remember.
I think he might have won a sports car open race as well.
Okay.
They've done a fair bit of this iRacing stuff. I hear he's relatively keen on it.
He's been around the block, some would say. I think he would. Sven Haase can't be too far away from his stop now, but he's lost nearly 10 seconds on this lap. To be honest with you, I think even if he didn't have the meatball flag, he might have come in at the end of this lap, because the amount of time he's lost anyway is quite substantial. As Door Esports now come into the pit lane from the lead, I truly believe this is their 4th last stop, and maybe the others are going to be making a splash and dash that could put Door Esports in the lead. What a fascinating situation in GT4. Truly wonderful race in that class. I'd dread to think how far down on straight line speed Sven Haase is at the moment. There's no one really around to compare him with, but it just doesn't look quite right, does it really? That BMW. It was a big hit on the wall, head on at the Hatzenbach. And it's put an end to Grengo's hopes of winning the Nurburgring 24 hours for the first time. Sven Haase has never won this event either as a driver. And this year, it's looking more and more difficult for it to be their year as they pull into the pit lane now. As the leaders in TCR do the same, there is the very Obsidian car that they collided with not so long ago.
Yeah, and there goes Door out of the lane as well, so you expect to see some visual difference as that car is repaired, but you and I sitting here, you and I have no idea exactly how long the repairs could take. Is it 90 seconds? Is it 10 minutes? They've got to take at least the minimum repairs to clear the meatball flag, and then potentially you'd want to take a little more after that if possible. It's a painful hit to take right here.
Down off the jacks, but how much longer on the floor are they going to spend here? There goes the Obsidian car. they're probably not very pleased with Sven Haase, to be honest. Michael Polasek is a new driver, though. He wasn't at the wheel at the time, I don't think. Or was he? Maybe he was.
Obsidian, one of the few cars that have got a driver that still hasn't driven yet, almost 20 hours into this 24-hour race. Daniel Herrera is in the session, though, so he is connected. But he is not the driver behind the wheel right now, has not turned a lap just yet.
Don't you think as well that by the time they get to the next pit stop, they've got to put him in, because 2 stints away and he won't be able to satisfy the fair share rule, I don't think.
There's 10 for TCR as well, so you can't put that driver in when there's less than 10 laps.
Yeah, and it's not entirely dictated by how many laps you can do within the remaining time. Just from it just
what if you think you put
on the
them
race
in time and then get lapped by the leader at an awkward time that cuts your race a lap short? True. Yeah, good point to think about. It does need to be sooner rather than later, mayhaps. If they want to be a classified finisher. There is one car in this race we know doesn't want to be.
Yeah. Yep. Roland Lowenfordson still going.
Yep.
Still third. Yeah, he's still on the podium. I don't quite know how that's happened, because he's had to swap out his throttle pedal for his clutch now, and he's still a lap ahead of the Forgia TV Racing here. I suppose Vermilion Esports dropping out of 4th place has helped him, because Ben Faulkner was in the wall, if you remember, just after Hoeracht, and just around Vipperman, just before that. It's that kind of region of the bobsleigh section, as I remember someone calling it to me once. There was pretty big contact with the wall that time, and that has put the Vermilion Esports car still in the pit lane and may not re-emerge, quite sadly.
Yeah, don't know. There have been some tweaks to the repairability of different models of cars, and one of them was sort of like, it should be possible with enough time to repair any car. Maybe not completely repair, maybe not repair it to a state you like, but there should be less. It's completely broken, there is no way to fix it. It's like, if you've got 4 hours, maybe we can fix it. And occasionally, as in the real race as well, a few cars will sort of creep out of the garage in the final 30 minutes to come around and finish the race, even if they did sit parked for quite a significant amount of time. So I wonder if there's not 1 or 2 cars like Vermilion, like some others, that might do that.
Yeah, they were quite bad at that last year, I remember.
Repairs still ongoing for that Grid and Go BMW Sven Haase. So they're up to about 4 minutes in that stop. It has dropped them to 7th as they have lost spots to Draw Esports, Drago Racing, Simify Esports, Was Cooking Racing Adventures have gone through on them as well. And if they're still there for another 5 minutes, I think Williams Esports Academy will nip them for 7th place.
I think so. I think they could drop right to the back, to be honest. Grid and Go are already in 10th place. They're the last running GT4 other than the one.
Well, the nose of it looks better now. Like, it's sat there getting repaired, and the nose of the 001 bumper is... like, you could see the work happening, so... I've got an idea like it's going to be more like 5 to 10 minutes rather than 20, 30 minutes. But that's just the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, let's hope so for their sake. We're just a minute away from 4 hours to go.
The meatball's gone.
So
they're doing optional repairs now.
Yeah, they are doing optionals. So we'll hope that doesn't take too long for them as Norby Kish comes in again here. This is odd. We'll get to that in a few moments' time. But David, 4 hours to go. What are you expecting from this run to the flag in the Nurburgring 24 hours?
A still exciting GT4 battle, but with one less cat in the fight, as it was. 5 classes where the race leader will know that catching them is difficult, but that staying in the lead, fighting this racetrack, negotiating the traffic will be a super challenge. So you know that you've come so far, 20 hours of racing, but 4 hours around the Nordschleife is still no easy feat, regardless of if it's the home stretch or not.
We are very much into the home stretch now. 4 hours to go in the iRacing Nurburgring 24 hours. Big thanks to David Haynes, who's been alongside me for the last couple of hours as we bring you to about lunchtime, virtual standard time. It's time to say goodbye to him and a good morning, very early morning, to our Suna Kanki Paddy.
I was going to say lunchtime. It's gone 1:50 in the morning for me here on the west coast of California. And as I rejoin all of the action, well, things have changed in many ways since I was last in the broadcast booth, but not really in terms of who's leading the race. The only thing that has changed since about 6 hours ago when I was last here is the fact that no longer the Forgia TV racing team on top in the GR86s, and now it is the Nurburgring esports crew that leads there. Ewan, talk to me. What's been interesting in the last handful of hours? Of course, we've still got the dominant lead for BMW M Team Redline, for Sherry Esports and some other classes as well. I saw the small issue for Virtual Coach by Grid and Go in GT4, which means the fight there has somewhat come to a, let's be honest, complete halt. But what's been interesting from your perspective as we get ready to head into the closing stages?
Well, you say that about GT4. I personally think that's still the and me and David were agreeing on this, the fact that this is the most interesting class, in my opinion, GT4. I think there's the most room for changes down there I think, especially with the incident for Altus in the last hour in the Porsche 992 Cup class, which has made their pit stop a little bit longer than it really needs to be. They're now 3.5 minutes off the lead, although we are expecting a pit stop from the race leaders very shortly. What we've got in GT4 is now 4 teams separated by just over a minute, which is quite remarkable after 20 hours, really, at such a difficult circuit. And at a certain point during the last stint, Team 75, Burton by CRC, were closing quickly on the Apex Racing team. Now that they've come out the pit lane, Apex have taken out another couple of seconds from them, and it does seem that Peter Berriman's outlap is going a bit better than Marvin Strell's at the moment. Maybe mainly, because, if that's a phrase I can say, because he is not fresh into the car. He's been in there pretty much, or he was in there the last hour. Marvin Strell is a new driver into that one. So while it is 20 seconds for the moment, that's still a closable gap in my opinion in 4 hours. But more pressingly, the fact that Door Esports might be able to avoid a splash and dash as opposed to the two in front, which may need one, although that is still unclear at this distance.
Yeah, we're still, what, 3 hours and 57 minutes to go. I think Door will be feeling confident that they'll cut out a pit stop. The thing to note is that it won't be necessarily a full pit stop. It might end up being closer to half, which is still a 24-second gain or so, but you know, they find themselves currently just outside of a full minute off of your race lead, and so Peter Berriman currently still does have at least a little bit of comfort in that 199 as it rounds its way through the Grand Prix section of the track right now. And with another driver just heading down into pit lane, that was Team RSO, Niels Karstensen behind the wheel. They've are about 2 minutes off of the lead with 4 hours to go. Now, that seems like a big margin, but the last team I'd want to count out in that sort of a class with this time remaining would be someone like Team RSO. Not the only drivers and teams on pit lane, because Sherry Esports have just found their way onto pit lane. You were talking about them needing a pit stop right on cue. They make their way in.
That's 8 laps for them. A regular stint in the Porsche 992 Cup class, which, by the way, is starting to overtake PS competition again. There's a very recent problem occurred for them. I think there's no other way to say this other than Phil Denez forgot to pit. Really, he went round the Grand Prix layout again and spluttered his way back into pit lane, served his 14-minute penalty and pit stop. And, well, I thought they were okay to continue from there, but Norbykish got in only for a couple of laps, and now, as you can see, the Zebra is back on pit lane again.
Yes, now remember, that is the BMW M Team BS Plus competition machine, which was involved in issue slightly earlier in the day. That dropped them off earlier in today. So it was about 6 or so hours ago that they had their slight issue, lost the rear end, and found the car stepping around on them. That was a long time ago, down towards the Muck Curva, with Sherry Esports car on your screen, actually right behind them as well. Their race lead, Will Chadwick, believe was behind the wheel was so big that they could come to a complete stop, and they were actually okay. But wow, 6 or so hours ago, and they're still out there and trying to finish. I guess that's what happens when you've only got the 8 surviving GT3 machines. You just try and show a little bit of endurance racing spirit, right? Because you don't get many of these 24-hour races, and you got to make the most of what we do get.
Absolutely, and I was saying this earlier on as well. I think we were on this stint together last year, and if you remember, well, I was just waking up anyway. I'm sure you were more awake, but the amount of cars we had left was down at about high 20s, maybe, if that. I noted earlier on that we got only 22 over the line last year, and that's a very small number compared to what we've got still going. I'm confident in at least 39 of the cars still running at the moment, maybe even 40 still running in the race for the moment, which is great news. But it's very different to what we saw last time round. There's a bit more spirit of endurance going on, because I feel like teams like VRS Coanda, who had issues so early on in this race, and BS Competition, who have had them more recently, in a previous time maybe would have gone away. But it's good this year that people are soldiering on a little bit more instead of quitting very early on, which is what happened at the Nurburgring 24 hours last year, although it was notably more chaotic than this year's edition as of right now.
Yeah, we had more attrition overall, right? That's something else. Quite excited about the fact that I know Vermilion Esports are right now in pit lane. I'm not sure if they'll head back out there, but do seem to still have 6 of the GR86s out there and surviving. 39 total cars running with, 3 hours and 53 minutes or so left to go here in our second 24-hour race of our special events, the iRacing Nurburgring 24-hour powers by Extreme Sim Racing. Let's go back maybe and talk you through some of the highlights of what has been a more eventful 24 hours in many ways, but still quite calm. It started with chaos for VRS Coanda in their Porsche. Elvis Rankin got tagged around by Alejandro Sanchez in the Kid Litter and in the GT3 Touring configuration that some would pay many more dollars for in their Porsche life experience. There was some chaos for Williams Esports Chill Blasters. They ran 1 and 2 with the sister car, Vasilius Bellotiotis, out wide through the muck curve in what was a bit of a sign of how hard they were pushing. The look on board with the driver cam would show us, well, fast hands at play and having to be at play to keep that car from being in the barrier. After that, though, GR86s, even with all the traffic making their way on past, initially 8 cars in that lead train until the traffic started to claim its victims. Gianni Vecchio would be the first to have a little bit of incident with the Carlar TCR machine down at Flansgarden, just hitting the rear end before a little bit of technical issue for Nicholas Rubala meant that one GR86 went end over end at the very same complex. Fortunately, a couple more cars able to be a little bit more lucky for survival. As Sanchez made his charge forward in the Apex Racing Team machine, he was battling with Williams Esports Shieldblast until it all went wrong. Contact on the run out of Bergwick, on the run up towards the muck curve. Such was the lead. BMW M Team Redline came to a complete stop, made their way through safely, and have not looked back in the almost now 15-something hours since then. It was a 3-car Drago racing effort in GT4. One of them had a major issue through the Hatson back, and while the Impulse Racing team had a major technical issue, the sister car is leading the race in the touring car category. Through the night, it was a story of relatively few retirements, and the Nurburgring Esports team would have that little bit of an incident and now find themselves with 4 hours left to go, still somehow fighting on top with the time remaining. And then Ava Vavadik would be, well, unceremoniously dumped by the Marla Racing Team GT3 before big chaos for Diogo Pinto, avoiding the frozen speed by Grid and Go machine. Had a big moment over the top of Flugplatz, and then had to, well, see stricken cars making their way on past as well. That's what was mentioned with the BMW M Team BS Plus competition, the small little issue through the muck curve ending up in a big drama for them. A little bit further down through the field in the waking hours of the day, Talk Freak Racing in the GR86 category back out there on track and continuing to persevere amongst a handful of others. I got word from one of my teammates down in the pit lane that this was how the day ended for SimCity Racing. Kevin Carlisle was running with Altus Esports chasing them down, and as they would make their way down towards Quiddlebackahoa, unfortunate miscommunication. That, though, was where the lead that the Forgia TV racing team had built up slowly came to an end. And this is what Ewan had been mentioning not just 10 minutes ago. Altus with a slightly longer pit stop, Dino Lombardi losing the rear end of the car. And do you make simple mistakes like forgetting to come down pit lane? Don't worry, the best in the world can do so as well, as Phil Denez did just there on your screen. And while Sven Haase was pushing in the virtual coach by Grid and Go entry, pushing just a little bit too far around traffic, and finds himself in the wall and now down on pit lane. 3 hours and 50 minutes ago. Ewan, it's been a good, interesting race in many ways so far, although we are very much in podcast mode with the time remaining.
That is to be expected in the Nurburgring 24 hours. By the way, the reason I let out a little squeal there is I've not seen that incident for Pinto before. I've seen most of those before, but not the one for Pinto. I didn't realise they were quite so close to making big contact with someone over the top of Flugplatz there, so that surprised me a little bit. But it has been a bit of an incident-filled night. It's certainly more incident-filled than we had early on in the race, to be honest. The first hour, and in fact we saw it there, we saw the very first crash of the day. It was if you can cast your mind back to Johnny Vecchio hitting the Carlar TCR, that was the first crash, an hour and 25 in, which really surprised me. But since then, the crashes have come a little bit thicker and faster than that, unfortunately. That's to be expected, though, in the Nurburgring 24 hours. So it's been a good race so far. I've got to say I've really enjoyed it, and the prospect of a good finish is still very much upon us, to be honest, with just under 3 hours and 50 remaining.
Yeah, but I think you and I were always going to be excited for this one after the digital Nurburgring Endurance Series that we had in the winter. It was such a great blockbuster, showcase of what this track can really deliver with so many last lap moments and, craziness across of our classes that we were looking forward to it, and I don't think we've been disappointed in many ways. There will be 130 cars out there on track next week, Ewan, for the real Nurburgring 24-hour race. It's going to be interesting, of course, to see how it all gets on. Plenty of people, of course, interested in Jimmy Broadbent alongside Super GT, Steve Brown, as they race in the GT4 category. But I'm looking forward to seeing how some of the changes out on track end up racing as well. We mentioned earlier in the day, now Forest has gone through rather significant rework, and so the racing line that the drivers use has changed quite significantly. I'm going to follow along with some of the onboards and be comparing some of our iRacing onboards to what they have out there in the real world.
Yeah, that is certainly one of the noted differences that we're going to have to look out for. And one of those things to get your head around, to be honest. It's so almost in the muscle memory now for everyone, even away from the top level drivers who surely have had to get their head around it, but even for the regular idiots like us, it's something to get your head around as well when you're driving this circuit. The thing I'll be looking out for most, actually, among those 130 drivers is 130 cars, I should say, is what's the strangest car? As in, what do you see least often in 24-hour racing? I always enjoy the very unpowerful, small, what would you call them? Production cars, I suppose, is the word, isn't it? That go out every year, and that's the one. Those are the ones that I'll be looking forward to seeing.
But that's where I was saying slightly earlier, I forget who I was on the broadcast with, but my hope is one day that I'll be able to afford to go racing at the Nordschleife as well. When you're in those smaller production classes, you're very much at risk of the GT3 blasting past you and, sending you into the wall and leaving you with a damage bill rather than them paying off your check.
Can we call it being Lauren Heinrich? Sorry.
No, you're not wrong, because he was the one.
But I am sorry.
He was the one.
What's it called? The Dacia? No, that's not right. What's it called now? The Mantail Fox.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. No, even I was struggling with Opel.
Opel. Yeah. Thank you.
There you go.
Dear me.
We got there.
I'm not even tired. Just unintelligent.
Did you get some good sleep?
I got some great sleep.
Yeah. Where's your racing driver excuse?
I've got no excuses today. I've had the best schedule of anyone, I think. I've had the most sleep. I'm fully. It doesn't actually feel like I'm in a 24-hour race because I'm not tired. It's quite bizarre.
I'm glad to hear it. Next for Spa coming up, I'll make your life a little bit more difficult just for saying that out loud.
Should get it quiet, really. But
commentators having it easy, unacceptable.
It'll be 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. next 24-hour race.
Causing you 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. We'll do the entire 24 hours. You know how Roland Alone Fritzon's doing this race by himself? It'll be Ewan O commentating for 24 hours. That was terrible, I know, but still.
You've got to make some name out of it.
Yeah, I didn't even try, did I?
I mean, he's only driving though. Commentating's way harder.
I love it, Ewan. Oh, you genius!
That's a joke, everybody.
If we make them believe this is a difficult job, then we are off to the races. There you go. What a genius Ewan O'Leary is. Again, easiest job in the world. Sit down, talk a little bit. Sometimes write some notes down. Easy as. How much better could it be? Visceral Esports, Mateo Kuzner currently runs in 4th position. They are 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind Valkyrie, who in turn 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind Altus. In turn, you guessed it, 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind Scherer Esports Blue. Although Julian Reimer's gotten into the car, and I can't quite believe my eyes, but have they done a no-tire stop and a driver change? No. Just a no-tire stop.
Yeah. So this is second stint. He should be
Aku sambung tu lah, second stint.
We should see Will Chadwick in that car again, but they've only just completed lap 1, so it'll be a little while until we see Will back in the car. But yes, Julian Reimer is doing a second stint on these tyres. It is quite some big gaps though in the Cup class, isn't it? And one more thing to note from what you just said there, Visceral Esports are still waiting for Vince Peters to actually do some driving. He's entered into that car. As far as David has said anyway, I'm going to trust his, because he's in the session, I'm going to trust his comments that Vince Peters is still yet to drive and needs to satisfy the fair share rules.
Can confirm. So, where is Vince Peters in the lineup?
Well, this is what I said. I would have had him in the car ages ago if I was Visceral, but clearly he's not been able to.
Ada optional repair seminit
So you
setengah.
have to declare the drivers that are going to race in the hour before.
Aku terpusing je tadi. Tapi langgar dinding sikit je.
11 a.m. to 12 p.m. UTC. Translate that into your local times around the world. Maybe in the hours since then, Vince has had a technical issue or something, or is this just the plan and he was only ever really able to contribute at the end of the race? At best, he's going to get into the car and do maybe 3 and a bit hours, but you know, he can be flying, that is for sure.
It's just surprised me, really. I think that's the only explanation we can come up with, really. I'm hoping it's not a technical problem that is actually forced him to not be able to drive at all. That would be really disappointing for them, because there is kind of nothing you can do about that. Other than there are stories, of course, about people driving to someone else's house in real life and just doing it on their rig, but that doesn't really solve the problem, does it? You've got to be in the sim with your login.
Well, you can go and log in from the other computers. It's funny that you mentioned this, because wasn't it... This was a story of Virtual Le Mans, so very slightly different from an iRacing special event. But you know, Rudy Van Buren was doing a race.
Audio hang pakai asing tak guna
yang. Started having a technical issue, so he drove on over to Kevin Siggy's rig at the Redline team
sorry, apa dia?
and ended up finishing the race from there once they got it all set up and stuff. So
tak guna VR ni hang guna asing ah.
It's one of those things you
VR nya.
My timing screen is just
apa HP G2 ni kan dia ada speaker dia. Guna ni ah.
Team Redline car, that would be the number 21.
Senang. Benda ni memang apa sedap pun sedap. Rasa macam headphone lah rasa.
Least 15 or so seconds, and I wonder if there's going to be damage. Oh, it's going around the hoisting belt TCR, and that I think is under force, not into the wall, just maybe damage to the ego.
Oh, what's up boleh jual lah.
He's going to have to reverse as well. He didn't want to go over that curb on the right-hand side there, did he? Because he didn't want to get beached, I suppose, but he's lost a lot of time in all of that, and has that now put him in third for good, in that he was chasing Ryan Barneveld for second, and the Armada Racing team, I actually thought there was going to be a battle for second, but with only 3 hours 40 remaining, does that 25-second margin now mean the podium places are settled in this race, barring more problems like that?
I would not be shocked. I think for the most part, we've got the separations. It's just GT4 where maybe there is still a bit of a question. Touring car as well, the TCR category, it's only 41 seconds between Obsidian and Impulse. Now, there was a phase of the race when Obsidian was closing legitimately 3 or 4 seconds a lap on the race leaders. It has equalized since then, so I'm not discounting a potential charge that we'll see that fight close up. There is the Honda Civic Type R that runs in second with Michael Polishek, who put the car on pole, back behind the wheel right now and running his way towards Flats Garden. Car looks pretty much undamaged, like it rolled off the factory, just with a little bit of debris being kicked up around the track as it runs its way around through traffic. Doesn't seem to get much better of a run since then. So Johnny Vecchio spun it back around and is going now 25 seconds behind Ryan Barneveld. 5 minutes in front of the Falcon Sim Racing team. That is how good those top 3 teams have been for the most part, Ewan. It's crazy to say.
It is, and just to put it into even more context, Falcon and Door Esports, to my mind, haven't had any sort of problems. They may have had a spin somewhere that I might have missed, but they've not had a crash as far as I'm aware. They've just been further and further pushed away by those top 3 teams, and previously, by the way, a top 4 when BS Competition were involved in it. They recently had their problems, of course, as we just saw in that highlights package, but that is a legitimate 5-minute gap, and as you say, it really just shows the speed of those front 3 in the GT3 race. Just to go back to Obsidian, by the way, who are on your screen at the moment, I think this is another one of those teams that are still yet to satisfy drive time rules, because as much as I think they'd like to have Michael Polishek in for the remainder of the race, because I think he might be able to win it for them if he is in there the entire time. They've still got to get someone else in, and I've forgotten the name of the driver, so that's
Daniel Herrera, who is in the session, and I'm assuming is probably geared up to go sooner rather than later.
This is the point me and David were making. They came out the pit lane with just over 4 hours to go. By the time he needs to pit again, it'd be about 2.5 hours to go, at which point you're a little bit nervous almost about getting the fair share laps in. Well, not yet, but you can't go on for another one after that.
Yeah, I see what you mean, because he is only he's just finishing up the second lap of the run. But as long as he's already in the session, right? So clearly there's nothing wrong. They're aware they've got to get him in. The concern comes a little bit more, I think, in the case of Visceral Esports, where, you know, we aren't necessarily sure about where Vince Peters is and what's going on there.
Okay. I didn't realise he wasn't actually in the session, actually.
Yeah, that is what is scary.
Right,
is the fact that Visceral Esports still don't have the driver in the session.
Okay.
Maybe I'm... No, let me check again. No, Vince Peters not in the session.
Okay, well, that is concerning. And I'd imagine I can't get a hold of him in that case. Well, if he's not in iRacing, he's probably quite difficult to get a hold of elsewhere too. So that's a bit of a problem, but there we go. I do hope that they'll be able to continue, or they'll be able to satisfy that fair share rule, because they're running well, in with a sort of outside shout of a podium place at the moment.
So I see he's online on Discord. So I've just sent him an eyes emoji. Let's see what he responds with. I'm sending him nothing else, just for context. An eyes emoji. Let's see what he says. Florian Lebigra into pit lane. Ryan Barneveld going to follow. Leaders in GT3 into the box. 3 hours and 36 minutes left to go.
Yeah, the only thing that can take this race, you would have thought, away from Team Redline is something like speeding in the pit lane or an unsafe pit entry or exit. So you've got to make sure that you get slowed down in time. Florian Lebigra, he certainly does that. And almost as soon as we mention it, he's back on his way again after another pit stop. So that is with 3 hours 36 to go. He gets out onto the circuit again. So 3 more stints and then a 3-lap splash and dash I'm going to go for.
Wow, I've just heard down in pit lane, Vince Peters joined the wrong team as crew, is not allowed to join another team, which would be the right team.
What?
So I think what Vince has tried to do is he's tried to apparently go and join a team to go and help them, so he could join the session without being there as a driver, I guess. Not sure why he would do that. in the process of doing it, he's joined the wrong team, which means that he's been registered to go drive for a car that he can no longer apparently drive.
Why can't he drive it anymore?
I guess because when you sign up as a crew member, it registers you into that car. But he's also been declared to drive for the other car.
This is getting into the depths of iRacing rules and technicalities.
And, you know, I did a lot of iRacing special events before this, you know, iRacing declared driver system.
Which, by the way, I think is a good addition.
Oh, it's great.
Before we go any further.
Still confusing.
I think it's better than the previous system, is my point.
Oh, yes. So, well, I got into an iRacing top split through the old system, so, you know, mixed opinions.
Yeah.
Wow, Vince Peters has just responded, by the way. I'm not even home. How could you torment me? How could you torment me like this?
Well, this is what I said earlier. He can't be available for the full 24 hours because he just wouldn't wait till the last 3 hours to use him. So, something was odd right from that moment, really. Also, how is he helping them if he's not even home?
Wait, no. Okay, he's now just said, wait, we're dead. I'm very lost right now. I am so confused. So maybe we've just got some false information from the YouTube chat. So he's clearly expecting to come back to a car that's still alive and maybe do some driving. Live pit lane investigations, Ewan. This is great.
This is not great. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. This is the most confused I've ever been, I think, on a special event broadcast. I really can't make head or tail of any of that.
Okay, now he's just said, yes, silly me. So I think he is not going to be racing.
Can you get him to be clear?
Okay, and he's finally being clear. I should have probably waited until he finished, you know, his entire chain of messages. You know, that would have taken a few minutes. So yes, they are going to get disqualified at the end. They're going on for honors, which, you know what? Props, credit, kudos.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Fair enough. As we talked about earlier on, fair play to a lot of the teams for continuing on when they know that they can't get a good result, and that's been the case for quite a lot of teams, although I think another team who are not continuing on, Vermilion Esports, have pretty much been confirmed as retired, 14th retirement of the day now. But yeah, absolutely props for them to continue on, and with such a relatively small amount of drivers as well, be in contention for a podium. I'm not sure I'd want to do this race with 3 drivers.
I don't know. I would quite enjoy doing 3 drivers in some ways, but
not here.
No, this was one of the tracks I would quite enjoy, because I would want to do 4-hour stints, if I'm honest. You know?
I don't know. I'd like at least 4, but that's because I'm a bit lazy.
So I do a 4-hour... I basically probably do the stints that I'm like probably commentating on. It wouldn't work out the exact same way, but, you know, do 4 hours at the start, maybe do 4 hours at the end, do a 4-hour block somewhere else. It would be great.
I don't know, 4 hours is a long time for driving. I'm pretty ready to get out after 2, to be honest. That's what I felt at the Spa last year anyway. I was pretty ready to get out after 2.
Yeah, but who built your setup? Was it Lewis?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him where he got it from.
You see, you provided it, so therefore hashtag blame Lewis.
It, yes.
He must take responsibility for it.
Well, no, it was a good setup. It was comfortable. It was not. It wasn't like, you know, I was feeling like I'm going to crash this car if I continue on any longer. It wasn't that. It was just a case of I don't really want to carry on. Because, you know, I enjoy driving, but not for exceedingly long periods of time.
Roland Alfredson just said 4-hour stints.
See what he said earlier on as well? I get jealous seeing other people change drivers.
Did he really?
He said that, yeah.
Oh, what a lovely chap. We had the interview with him, of course, a little bit earlier on from inside of the car. And we are committed, at least I am committed, because Ewan's not going to be here at the end, to chatting with Roland at the very end, no matter what. Whether he's on the podium, whether he wins the race, no matter what. We're chatting to Roland after 24 hours, mainly so I can ask the question, Ewan. Was it worth it?
Well, he did say, didn't he, that he sort of just decided to do it on a whim, just like, well,
zero practice, no setup.
Yeah, just why not? I'll just do this. Why not? Maybe he's feeling exactly why not at the moment, but. Yeah, fair play to him for doing it, as we said many times before, and I really hope he gets to the end at all. If he gets to the end on the podium, that's an even bigger bonus.
It says in the chat on Racebot TV's YouTube that we need the Jetta in.
Oh, yes.
In which case a stint would end up being like 6 hours. Let's say you do a double stint. That car has it sips the fuel here on iRacing, to put it mildly.
That's the proper N24 car, isn't it, really?
You know what, you're right. And we have the Ford Mustang GTD joining the iRacing service in the new build. It needs to be alongside the Ford Mustang FR500S that we have, or whatever it is as well, which I don't know. Ewan, have you ever even seen that car on iRacing before?
Yeah, it's part of that same series, isn't it? With the what the Jetta used to be in, isn't it? Part of that.
The production car challenge, exactly.
Yeah, I've seen it, yeah. Although it's not very popular in the officials, to be honest with you.
No, but that is why we need it, just so we can have, a couple of them in the top split that are running around and having a final time.
Does it not feel a little bit odd at the Nurburgring to have that, though?
Not really.
No? Okay.
We'll pretend that it's a Dacia.
I'm going to struggle with that.
Squint, really squint.
My eyesight's bad enough. I might be able to. I don't know if you were listening. You probably asleep, to be honest, which is fine. I was struggling very much to identify stuff in the dark earlier. I was starting to wonder whether my eyesight is going to need enhancement.
Well, as someone with enhancement right now, it's fine. Go get your eyes tested. There's nothing wrong with wearing glasses, Ewan.
I look like such a... I can't say that, probably. I look not good.
No, you'll be fine. You know why? Because if you really don't like glasses, just chuck some contact lenses in.
Yeah, well, they look a bit painful as well, to be honest.
No, it's fine. Don't worry, don't think about it. Just touch your eye regularly. That's all you're doing.
Oh, dear, I don't like eyeballs. It freaks me out a bit.
Yeah, no, trust me. That part I agree with. I first tried wearing... I've worn glasses more than half my life, so I am quite comfortable wearing them. But I remember trying contact lenses when I was a sleepy teenager in high school, and the rush, of waking up late, then having to get to the school bus and trying to put your contact lenses in the middle of that period somehow. It never quite worked out for me until I graduated college, got a job, bought a VR headset, and went, you know what, I want to race in VR. Didn't want to wear my glasses, and that's when I first got contact lenses figured out. I don't wear them every day, but, that's the only reason, Ewan, that I actually ended up trying contact lenses on properly.
Oh, here's a question. Is it even possible to use VR with glasses?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yes.
I thought it'd be too close to your head, if you see what I mean, too close to your eyes.
The main issue can be that when you're trying to fit the glasses in, they can be like squished a little bit. That's like one of the issues that I have with my glasses. So, our good friend Lewis McLeod wears glasses, and as he's just reminding us in our chat, he's getting ready to join us back in the broadcast booth at around 90 minutes time. Whenever me and him play virtual golf, A, he's a lot better than me, but B, he wears glasses while he does it, so
Have you heard he goes to the gym to improve his golf?
To improve his virtual golf?
Well, I don't know if it improves his virtual golf. He says it improves his real life golf.
I know. I slid that part of myself.
Okay.
Especially since he's not here to respond.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally not here to defend himself, so we can say what we like.
And people that think, you go to the gym to improve your golf. All I am going to say is search Bryson DeChambeau, look at the way that he is built, and you'll see. Oh man, that guy.
Is he a unit?
He is a unit.
Oh, is he?
Unit.
Okay.
Is that what the kids say nowadays?
That's what I say, so I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you're getting me cracking up right now. Oh. It's a good thing that I'm standing up right now, because otherwise, sitting down, I might be keeled over trying to find my CSI Miami goggles or something like that. 3 hours and 25 minutes ago. Fight on between Drago and Dor in the GT4 class. Not sure exactly where that has sprung from. Now, these teams both trying to, extend and elongate stints potentially this late in the race. You can see the margin on your screen. Aaron Vasquez has the rabbit in front of him, hunting down Alexander Thieber.
Yeah, that has really surprised me, actually. I'll do a bit of digging as to quite why that's happened and where that's really come from, to be honest, because I wasn't expecting to see these two together at all, actually. I thought Door Esports were a long way ahead, but realistically, they weren't, actually. They came out of the pit lane about half an hour ago, only 5 seconds ahead of Drago Racing. I've just gone back and looked, so they have lost that amount of time. That's not a disaster, though, to be honest, 5 seconds. The only problem for me is the fact that I thought they were, really in with a shout of maybe a surprise race win, but actually they've lost quite a lot of time in this stint. Even despite cutting out that pit stop, which we've already discussed, that's not going to save them the minute and 11 they currently trail Apex Racing Team.
It's a big margin still. Peter Berryman has, they charged their way forward. Let's not forget, qualifying, yes, it will say they were in third, but dropped back in the early stages, bided their time, and then Berryman initially talons, then pushed their way forward. These GT4 cars, relatively low downforce, you and they are working hard around the Nordschleife.
I can't believe, well, I can believe he saved it, to be honest. It's so time to see, but still, the wheels on the grass out there, big opposite block, you would have thought as well, and no room for error around there. You'll hit a wall very quickly indeed, so he does seem a little bit ragged at the moment. Aaron Vasquez taking some better lines here. That was an example of that just after Brunchen. It was a lot better through that sort of flat out wiggly section, if you like, and gets really close now on the way towards Flansgott. You'll imagine he'll trail this BMW through this next section as close as he possibly can get, and then just draft past on the back straight, you would have thought, or maybe even go for it now.
Ooh, he's getting a slingshot. Now you can hear him lifting off. I have seen some comments about the gearing in these GT4 machines. Now remember, they are a fixed ratio. The open setup, yes, but fixed ratio that they're trying to use and manage. So it's sometimes difficult when it's not necessarily designed specifically for this track to then really try and find those little ranges to try and balance the car, straighten up the steering here as you exit out of Galgenkopf. And we saw a handful of the GT4s actually kick up some grass on the left-hand side, just pushing out too wide. But here we go, slingshot, and now running up the Dottingerhohe. And we say up because as you head towards the very end, it's a rise uphill, and then underneath that Bilstein Bridge. I think surely Door Esports not going to fight. Apex Racing Team have come down to pit lane. Peter Berryman is going to hand on over to Salva Talent with 3 hours and 22 minutes to go. Aaron Vasquez out of the draft and making his way forward to second.
Yeah, so this is going to be pretty easy in the end. Well, it's taken quite a while to get through on the way into the Tiergarten. Still side by side, that Door Esports BMW has got legs on the straight, but not quite enough to stay ahead. Drago Racing may well be pitting in this time around, although it seems to me that Apex only did 6 laps on that tank of fuel there, which is a little bit odd. Maybe they've given up on saving a lap in terms of the splash and dash. Drago Racing are going to continue on, so Apex and Team 75 have both accepted the fact they're going to need a splash and dash. Instead of doing that, they're going to take 1 lap shorter out of each stint to the line.
So with short time remaining, now you can work backwards from your anticipated checkered flag arrival time. You'll know where the leader is relative to you, how many more times that you can expect them to lap you, and if there's no major issues from there, you'll run through. Now, this is actually ideal in many ways, I think, for Door Esports, right? Because they've got a car feeding them some draft in front and a fast car in many ways. Now, hopefully they can run some fast times, save some fuel, expecting, of course, Drago to come in this time by to the pit lane, and just a couple of liters to sip away in terms of the fuel usage, which definitely is not something to complain about. The BOP in this GT4 class did see the BMW lose a percentage of its fuel capacity in addition to 2.5% of its power. Still definitely has been, I think, in many ways the preferred choice of car in class, with BMW 1, 2 and 3, Porsche 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah, I would argue not the dominant car, because, as you say, well, Porsches do look very much second rate right now. It's partly down to the pit stop cycle, and the fact that Team 75 are behind these two is not entirely reflective of where we are in this race. But I think a pretty significant moment just happened in terms of the race at the front here. Apex Racing Team getting out ahead of these two, I think is fairly significant. Not only it means that Door Esports is cutting out of a pit stop means a little bit less than maybe I previously thought, but also the fact that Apex Racing Team are really starting to stretch their legs now. Over the last stint, Marvin Strella's been losing time to Peter Berryman, who I actually think is a little bit slower than Salva Talons in that car today. And so now that Talons has got in, as they've just made that driver change, the 25-second gap between those two main favourites for the GT4 race may well continue to extend to half a minute.
Pit stop's advantage is a bit demoralizing in many ways, isn't it? But that was not a full service, as we've talked about. That's a recognition that they're maybe just going to slightly be shifting their pit stop strategy on the run to the end. So keep that in mind. 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. In the iRacing Esports Network Twitch chat, I saw a couple of people talking about the impressive, run from Roland Alone-Fridson, currently sitting third in the GR86 class. And they did do a relatively longer pit stop last time by. Total time in the pit lane around 2 minutes or so, which I think indicates a chance for Roland to probably get out of the rig, probably run to the bathroom, use the facilities, and get back into the car as well. So he's persevering, and looking forward to asking him the question again. Was it worth it? I said earlier, by the way, no setup. I think that was incorrect. He has a setup, but I think somehow managed to load the wrong setup for the race start. So he's been doing, 21 hours so far with the setup that he didn't intend to use.
Well, I'm sure he's used to it now, to be honest. He's very much accustomed to what he's driving, I would have thought, at this stage, nearly 21 hours in. But doing a fantastic job. I think now 2 laps ahead of 4th place, actually. The Forgia TV Racing Team were leading earlier on before they were taken out, were they? No, they crashed on their own, didn't they? They went straight on at Exmouth, straight into the wall. A rather rare solo incident, actually, down at that corner. But that's put them down in 4th place, and they're chasing Roland for a podium place. It's looking like a pretty full-on chase at the moment, really.
Now, last I had checked, the Forgia TV Racing Team, sorry, give them their full and proper title, had lost the entire front end of their car, right, from that incident at Exmouth. Last time they did a 10:23, which is a good 30 seconds off of your race leader. So I think that does go maybe to show that they are still lingering with some of that damage. So potentially parachute in a straight line. Maybe that best describes their Toyota GR86 and its aero configuration that they have right now.
Yeah, it happened 6 hours ago though, so I would have thought they'd be more repaired than that.
Apparently not. Taking a look on my screen, there you go on screen in front of you as well.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you can see the radiator and everything.
I've not seen that this morning, actually. That evaded my notice. Well, I don't really know how that's been allowed to happen.